Hey kids, Mark Miller here. Roy's with us.
I'm back.
Everybody missed you yesterday.
Oh, so nice.
There were assumptions that you were there. People were coming in and like, hey, how's everybody going? How's Mark and Roy good doing? And I'm like, well, we only know the answer to part of that question.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
How you doing, Karen Manzicati? You just walked into my office.
I'm perfect in every way.
She's perfect in every way. That's.
I find that very easy to
phone,
believe.
Mark Miller.
Roy says, I find that very easy to believe. Is he good?
Easily what?
I find that very easy
Deniable?
to believe.
There we go.
Oh my gosh, you're ready? You're ready to fight, girl.
I'm ready. You have no idea how ready I am.
You're ready to fight. I just checked a bunch of code from yesterday.
To be refactored.
Really?
Where's my
Karen's like it needs to be refactored. Let me show you what we did. You were gone the whole time.
Yeah,
So
I was gone.
I did what I like to call old man coding.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, where I'm like, hey, oh, look at this code over here. I'm gonna go work on this code here. Oh boy, it was like that. It was a little bit like that.
It's rubbish.
Yeah. When you're here, you're like, hey, old man, can we get a little faster? Can we write code a little faster? I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. And then it gets a little more entertaining. But when you're not here, I'm like, oh. So anyway, that was my show yesterday. It was okay. It wasn't bad.
Okay.
It was, but I'll show you what we did. So it's interesting because testing is getting a little more complex on this.
Yeah.
And I haven't quite, if I had more time, I'd throw myself into the unit testing on this thing, because it's tough to do this. It really needs some work on this. We've got sequences of events that are occurring. We would need to essentially mock the die roll, but there's already a mechanism in place to do that. There's an event system that says we're requesting a die roll, and I think something else that says, hey, we just got a die roll back. So we can kind of replace our existing die roller with something else. But right now, to make this test work, I'll show you what we have to do. Well, first, I'll show you, we added player targeting, which appears on the surface to be not bad. Right? Like there, you can see across the bottom there, you hear the sound and you see those little targets showing up. So that just shows a player is being targeted for some kind of recipient of a spell or some other kind of action. Right now, I think only spells really have targets, but there might be other things that have targets too.
Okay.
So on the surface, it looks good, but this morning, while debugging this in my sleep, I realized we got a problem. The problem is that the determination for where to put that is based on the current state of the nameplate, but the nameplate width changes. So,
Yes.
For example, if we go into battle, you'll see the problem. I haven't even tried this yet. We're about to see the problem that I realized we had in the sleep. There it is.
Oh dear.
See
That
it?
makes things a little more awkward, doesn't it?
It does. It does. I'm going to turn up the coder's music since we went into battle. The Dungeons & Dragons music kicks in automatically. So I think we're going to fix that one first. Let me exit combat. And now everything's okay again. By the way, if I enter combat, though, let me go back. I'll reproduce the problem. If I enter combat and I now turn off, like, say, Miles' targeting and turn it back on, it should go in the right spot. Oh, it doesn't.
No.
Well, that's even worse news. Oh, because it's using a cache. We wrote a cache yesterday. Bad us. It was really bad us. That was a big mistake. Rory, you would have helped us. You would have saved us yesterday. But you didn't.
What was the reason for the cache? Because normally it's because it's an expensive exercise, and you kind of feel like you don't want to have to do it a second time.
Yeah, it's just, well, I imagine basically going through and it's a whole bunch of, it's not really that expensive on my machine. My machine scoffs at what I used to think was expensive, and it just slaps me. I really shouldn't have opted in for the extra hand that sticks out of the machine that slaps me whenever I make a mistake, make an assumption that's wrong about the machine.
But the trouble is that would have been an expense you could do without because of how infrequently that happens.
I don't know. Yeah, I know. I just that's what I thought. But I've been getting. I feel like I really should be listening to my machine now. It's my fault. Last Matt's out there. Hey, Last Matt. Last Matt was here helping us out yesterday. Rory's here.
Hey, Last Matt.
Welcome. So I cached it because there were 10 or 20 if statements. We were measuring text, and I got anxious. It was, and also the cache was super easy to do. That's
Fair
why.
enough.
Well, no, it wasn't we roll the whole thing back and it's like, yeah, we should have done the cache. So we'll have to fix the cache. We'll remove that, fix that. But let me show you related to this here. Let's go into my music. My music seems a little loud here. Let's actually turn it off here. Hope I can get our coders music back in a second here. Work with our coders music for a while. Here's the deal. Miles is going to cast a spell. Let me show you the Stream Deck so you can see what's happening here. So we're creating UI today with the Stream Deck, new UI with the Stream Deck and with the overlay. And it's kind of exciting to me because the overlay, even though it's a live stream and even though it's like separate from the DM's machine, the DM is getting a broadcast back of it. So it's kind of like a remote terminal kind of thing, right? You press a button, anywhere in the world, and then the image updates. So you can think of the overlay as a display right in front of the Dungeon Master. The challenge is that the display is also in front of the viewers. So we need to come up with UI that makes sense in the context of a Dungeons and Dragons game. So for example, if I click up here on Enhance Ability right there, I click on that, and then I've already got players targeted, so I don't need to go click this button. I can just choose which spell slot level, like say spell slot level 2. And then I choose, for example, Bull's Strength, like that. We didn't see the, hold on a second, there's a bug in showing this. I think it can be fixed by doing that, coming back into Miles, Enhance Ability, Bull's Strength, one more time. All right. So anyway, it was a bug because it already thought we were on Miles, so it didn't do anything. It just made that sound. I need to fix that bug. But at any rate, if you look at Bull's Strength, actually the most important thing on there is the first paragraph, which Rory just got rid of for us. Anyway, when I try to cast it, it says too many targets. Why does it say too many targets? Well, because yesterday we also added to our code. So let's go to Miles, go to the code, bring up Enhance Ability, on Validate. We added this. Target is equal to select target. A certain target count does not exceed the spell ammo count. And if it does, I say max targets exceeded. Select fewer targets.
So if you only got 3 meteors, you can't target 4 people.
Right.
Simple.
Right. Or if you only have, if we bring up the spell again, let's see, I'm going to have to, I think since we closed it, so this is that weird bug. I have to kind of go bring up somebody else, then back to Miles, and then bring it back up again. So if we bring it up at level 2, you can target 1 creature.
Okay.
If I do it at level 4, spell slot level 4, I can target 3 creatures.
Ooh.
I still have 4 selected. So when I cast the spell does not cast because too many targets. So that's the UI we built yesterday that comes in for that. If we take off one of the targets, Fred, for example, and we go back in to level 4 and we try to cast it, it should work. Well, I got to hit it again. So I have to hit it. I have to hit it again, and now do it. I think Enhance Ability. So it looked like it kind of worked, but actually, oh wait, hold on.
Hang on.
I got an exception. Yeah, I got an exception up here. Variable Bull, unknown in expression, Bull's Strength. Okay, got that a couple times, and then it went. Interesting. I need to figure that out. That's
3 copies for the 3 targeted creatures?
No, I don't think so. I think it's because I hit it 3 times. I hit cast spell or something.
Okay.
Is what I think. Let's try one more time. Bull Strength and cast the spell. Nope, still problem. All right, well, we'll close it and run it and see where that exception is. So anyway, we've got a couple issues to deal with here. Also, the concentration, we've blown that. It's not working anymore. But I think that I fixed it. We just haven't restarted it. I was looking through the code. So we'll kind of run it from scratch here. Take a look at it. You can do a test close now if you want. There you go.
Judging. Where is he going next?
There you go. You got it. Yeah, we're playing around with some different things. The key was trying to figure out where's the insertion point in the sequencing, right? This is actually one of the hardest things for me to wrap my mind around is state-related sequencing code, especially if I've got multiple entry points into different sequences, right? Yeah. That's when things get crazy. And with test cases, you often have that, right? We're going to test only this stage of the sequence. Okay, so we're here. Let's try that one more time here. I'm going to bring up the Stream Deck here. Let me drag this over to another monitor. Here's my Stream Deck here. Can I do it now? Full strength. And we have nothing targeted, so let's go get something targeted here. Let's target a bunch of folks. We've got bull strength, level 3. Let me target one more, so we have 4. And, oops, enhance ability, bull strength, level 4, cast spell. There we go. Too many targets. Let's take one away. Take Fred. Now we have 3 targets. Should work. And cast spell. Okay, so that bug is still happening, and I think that's happening because when we, at some point, the thing that's queued up gets removed. And so I have to hit the button on the Stream Deck again. I have to hit that bull strength button right there. I'm going to do that now. And now I'm going to hit cast spell, and now it should work. Oh, cool. So there's that. But now, ooh, here's where we get that problem, or no? We're just at a breakpoint. Okay. That's going to work.
Oh, concentration back there.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, that was like it was a change I made just before the show. What's my problem here? What's args of 0? Why can't I see it? Where am I? Because I'm not at this point. Yeah, variable bull. Let's go back over here. Let's come back to here. Come on. Bull strength needs to be a sprint string. Here we go. Arc 0 is bull strength. It's the message to show. It needs quotes around it. Is the problem. The problem is not here. It's before we get here, I think. Float player text. I think we need to jump in there. Vantage mod. Where's my float player text? Float player text. I think the problem. Let's run it. Here's my exception. I'm getting it on another screen here. And you might be right about it happening for each one. It is 3. You are absolutely right, Rory. It's 3 because of the 3 people, which would have been a clue as to what the deal is with it, because the clue is that it's over here on validate. Where's my float? I thought it was here. Assert target does not exceed. Okay, then it's in assert target does not exceed. Args 2. I think it's here. Start to Args 2. Nope. Target. Where is it? Oh, wait. It's not even in here. Hold on a second. I think I know where it is.
Isn't it because it's parsing the phrase bull's strength, but seeing the quote, the apostrophe in the bulls, and thinking it's only only taking part of the string?
No, I don't think that's it. I think it's that we're taking the string quotes out of it, and now it thinks it's an expression it's trying to resolve. I think it's here is my problem. Right here. So float player text is here. The die label, this is what's the problem is. So die label is being passed in here and to give advantage. So it's the third parameter to give advantage. 1, 2, 3. Back over here, do we have give advantage? Nope. Where is give advantage coming from? It's here. We're calling give advantage. And then we're saying this is the third parameter. But here, what I think we might want to do is do that. Here. See what I'm saying?
Okay.
Do that. And I think, because I want to pass in this as a string, not as the text. Does that make sense? Or is this kind of disheartening to you?
I think they're the same thing. I think text is just a string. What's happening is, you're right, you're stripping off the quotation marks for some reason in the act of passing the parameter.
And then we're trying to evaluate it again is what the problem is. So that's that's kind of the thing here, is that some of these, here's the thing. Now, you know what? This is a string, but it's a string because give magic takes a bunch of strings, but then it turns them in. Yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this because it evaluates these pieces in, allowing you to programmatically put things in here. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to say I want quotes on these things here. It's not that I'm going to have to do it everywhere. Yeah, you sound disheartened. I'm sorry. I'm going to apologize to you, but I can't think of another way around this. It's not going to have problems everywhere else.
Are we not going to have the problem that now every method that you attempt to pass strings to needs to be told that not only is it a string in the traditional sense, but here's an escapable set of quotes with it?
No, it's really only for give magic. Give magic is a really special kind of thing because what does it do? Let's go look at it so I can refresh my memory because it's been a while here. Give magic. Yeah. So here's the deal. This is called by the give magic function. So here's the give magic function here. And it's just got a string. Well, actually, it's got a bunch of objects is what it has. And for each one, I'm calling get on it. This is what effectively strips out the quotes. Okay? And gets it as something. Evaluates it as if it were some sort of object or something along those lines.
So the problem is it doesn't really know that there's something different between args4 and args8 or whatever it might be.
No, it doesn't.
One of them needs to be a string and the other is merely a string that's indicative of some other behavior.
Right. The reason for this is that what these parameters are going to be is here. And there's no typing here. See? And so it's just for give magic. Give magic is this kind of special case. So I don't anticipate they'll need to do it anywhere else. So let's see what happens. Let's add an hour. First of all, let's see what's going on here with the concentration. Is it going to go away if I add an hour? Let's try it. Not really. So we have a bug there. Let me write that one down. Concentration doesn't break. Concentrated spells. Get some bugs. Yeah.
Leave you alone for one day.
Jetsom's here. Did Jetsam come in sneakily, or did we have a problem?
I did not pay attention to that. I do not see him coming in sneakily.
I don't see him coming in sneakily either. Well, he got us with that's a bug. Or maybe, oh, you know what it was?
Mr. Announcer Guy is announcing him.
Yeah, the bug preempted the fanfare. That's exactly what I was going to say, Jetsam.
Okay.
He switched the scene, and so it might have changed.
So he hijacked himself.
He did it.
His own incoming comment.
That's your fault, not mine.
There we go.
So wait, concentrated spells don't go away after they expire. What's up with that? Because I think that was kind of working.
They used to.
Yeah, they used to do that. We used to test this. All right, so let's... how do I get rid of that? Oh, I know. I can hit the cancel button. I had another dream with regards to UI. So hold on. Miles, spells, break concentration. This is too far away, I decided. I'm going to put it just right there. So go to there. And there we go. So now we've dispelled it, so we can cast it again. We've got 3 players targeted. And let's try it. We're going to say cast at level 4, cast a spell. Really? Maybe did I not hit it? Eagle Splendor, try again. Here we go. Eagle Splendor. 1, 2, 3. Oh, cool. And there you saw Eagle Splendor on every
3
target.
times for each of the relevant targets. Very good.
That's awesome. That's the first time I've seen that. That's cool. All right, cool. Let me break concentration one more time. I just want to look at it one more time and watch if we have any problems with that. All right, enhanceability level 4, Eagle Splendor, go. Good. It works. It works. Okay. All right, what's up with that spell not expiring, not cleaning itself up? Let's figure that out. The thing that's really remarkable is the clock says, oh yeah, I'm running out, right? The clock goes away. The middle sand goes away. It knows.
It does.
If I come in and say add 10 minutes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and one more, and it's about to go out. You add a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh wow! Look at that.
Well, that's a different way of exiting.
That means it's going. Actually, I'm not sure what that means.
It's almost as if it's found a segment right at the end where it's like an empty frame and a finished frame, but there's no spare segments there, is there?
Yeah.
There's no spare frames.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see what console
Also,
is doing.
you had a dispel, a manual dispel, a few minutes back, which did
Right.
run through the full correct animation. So it is possible. It is still working in a sense. It's just when triggered via an alarm that there's an issue.
I think you're right. Well, let's go figure out the alarm situation here and find out why that's not working. I don't know what it's called. Alarm? This is always disheartening to me when I'm like, oh, there's like 20 of them. Alarm fired? It's an event in D&D Core Alarm. That's not bad. That's a not bad starting place. Spell duration expired. Look at that down at the bottom right there. Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's use our manual. I'm using the break concentration button. God, I love that animation and sound effect.
That looks nice.
It's so good.
Yeah.
All right, one more time. Enhanceability.
It looks like it's about
level
to kick
4.
off into old style Mission Impossible.
I'm gonna
You ever
do.
watch that?
Yeah, you're right, isn't it? It sounds a little bit like it too. All right, here comes enhanceability. Now, what's this? Owl, unknown. Owl's wisdom.
That's the same bug as before. We did just not happen to put quotes in every one of the places that we needed to.
Maybe. I'm gonna check it. Got 3 of these here.
Because you did most of them.
Well, let's go figure that out.
Just off
Yep.
the bottom of the screen there.
That was it. That was my problem. Owl's wisdom. All right, glad I found the bug there and not later. Okay, so there it is right there. That's the fix, which means we could try it right now. We'll break concentration on it. And we'll come back in, enhanceability level 4, Owl's Wisdom, cast spell. Cool. Cool.
I may simply have not noticed, but did that spin in the way it used to, or did it not? There used to be a rotation on the hourglass as it came in.
Yeah, it should.
Did that play?
I didn't see it. Let's look. I wasn't looking for it. Do we have a problem? Here I can cast haste. Cast spell.
Oh, it's there.
It's there
That's
for
fine.
haste. Let's double check it. Break concentration with haste. Let's go into enhanceability, level 4, Owl's Wisdom, no Fox's Cunning, cast spell. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's just the other effects from the spell were distracting.
Okay.
Right.
At least
you're
we're
right.
narrowing it down to a specific area. This is
Yeah.
good.
Okay, so let's add an hour. Let's see if we get to that break point. All right, we're at the break point. Concentrate spell, break concentration. What's happening in break concentration? This is what should trigger it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's step through and see if we get in here. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa. Not the same spell?
This is an alarm for maybe a different spell, but let's see. Spell dot, I maybe want to call it name. Enhanceability. And what's a concentrated spell? Spell dot name. Enhanceability. I think I want to do this. Because I think what's happening is, this is that concern I was worried about before, where the wrapper, the casted spell wrapper around the spell was going to be different. I need to also check, though, that the spellcasters are the same. I need to make sure those two are the same.
Yeah.
Now,
and is it possible, I mean, just to be really awkward, is it possible for the same I suppose it won't be with a concentrated spell, but any other kind of spell that has duration and an alarm in the same kind of sense, can you cast it once now at minute 1 and once now in minute 4 and have the two overlap and have different alarms?
You can't. You have to end one before you cast the same spell again. Yeah, any spell that lasts, I'm pretty sure that's exactly the case. Okay, so we're looking now at spellcaster.name, right? And is that equal to castedspell.spellcaster.name? That's what I'm really looking for. So let's come back.
So there is a potential shortcut to do this. If we were ever thinking of making this comparison again, you can override the equals function of the casted spell and use this logic. That way, when you were to compare them later, for any reason, you would effectively saying, is this I guess it's the same as, is it a struct? I.e., are the values that make this up comparable?
Yeah, let's do that right now. Let's stop everything. We're going to do that. I like that.
That wasn't quite what I meant to happen. I'm just pointing out the possibility. But it does allow you to encapsulate the nature of what is equality in this case.
Hold on. Casted spell. Hold on. I'm comparing two things that are kind of similar. Hold on. What is this code doing? If casted spell dot spellcaster dot concentrated spell is equal to the casted spell that we're going over. So we're trying to see if the owner of this already, we don't actually need to check this second one, I think, because we're basically just saying, hey, if the owner of this spell that's expired is in fact concentrating on that same spell. That's what's going on here.
Right, so it's not just a normal expiry, it is now a break concentration, which happens to cause the expiry. Okay.
We could also do this. If casted spell is being concentrated on, has
certainly reads well better.
Spellcaster concentration, like that. Then we're going to break it. That's better. All right, so let's do that. So we're going to say return if that's null, then I want to return false. I guess it's spelled caster with an uppercase C. I don't think it is. All right. Anyway, then we're going to say then we're going to say return concentrated spell.name is equal to spell.name. I think we can do that. And also we can say this. We can say, hey, look, spellcaster is null. Then separately, if spellcaster.concentration, concentrated spell is null, then it's false. Otherwise, if this spell name, yeah, that looks better. I like that. So let's come back in here. Well, we need to run it again and get back in here. Yeah, I was worried about the wrapper. I was worried what happens if I store a reference to one wrapper but create another wrapper somewhere else, like, for example, in the case of creating the alarm. The good news is our UI is looking not bad.
Indeed.
It's not bad. We're working our way through this. It's getting better. All right. Now we're up and running. I love, too, that we're doing all of our testing. Spellcaster, concentrated spell. Could get rid of one if. Right? Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah. Right here. get rid of this one. We'll set a breakpoint there and we'll fix that up. Thanks so much, Padata Paman. Am I getting that right? I feel like I'm totally not. Pudota Paman?
Welcome to
Paman?
the channel in any case, and thank you for the very constructive comment. That's
Yeah.
very welcome.
Watch me spend minutes just coming up with every wrong pronunciation in an effort to try to get it right. The cool thing I like about this right now is I'm just using, at this point, the Stream Deck. I'm just hitting buttons on the Stream Deck to do this test right now. So we'll go in, we're going to say, we'll do, I guess, break concentration. Nothing happened when I clicked on that, meaning there is no concentration. This UI is just up from down below. So the minute I cast something like, say, haste, which I just clicked on up in the upper right here, there we go, it fixed it right there. So, all right, let's go back to enhanceability, I think, and we'll cast it at level 4. We need some targets, though. There's my targets, level 4. Whoops, I forgot to, oh no, I got one, I guess. Did I? No, it's haste was in there. I didn't hit the other. Okay, so let's back up, break concentration, and go to enhanceability, level 4, Eagle Splendor. Now cast the spell. Good. Now I'm going to add an hour to it. I'm going to use this UI to do it, I think, because that's what was recreating the bug before. So add an hour. All right. So now what we want to do is we want to come in here and we want to do this like that.
Yes.
And now we go to here. It says it does not. What do we got here? Enhanceability, haste. Okay, so this is the alarm for haste going off. That's not good.
That's a little weird, isn't it?
When we dispel haste, we need to clear out the alarm. It looks like we're not doing that. But we got a second alarm coming in here. Whoa. Maybe it did work? What's going on here? Okay. Hold on. I'm like a little bit confused by what transpired. Let's do that one more time.
Yeah.
Let's do should we go after the haste bug? Let's go over after haste. So we'll cast haste, and this lasts for about a minute. And I want to dispel it. On spell dispelled, I want to set a breakpoint here.
Yep.
And let's dispel it now. Breaking concentration. We do not get here. All right, where's my break concentration command? Here it is. Calling break concentration. Game.break concentration. Player break concentration. We should be here. We should be calling dispel. We are not digging in and finding it, but I think this might do it, is what I think. Let's try again. We're going to come in and we're going to say haste. Check this out. Yep, this is haste coming in. So we're not removing the alarm. So that's not going to do anything there. Okay. We dispel it here, though.
Yeah, this is what we were looking at before. We compressed our little bit of logic to work out, was it something that needed to have its concentration broken? And there is an express dispel afterwards, regardless of whether it is indeed breaking concentration.
Yeah, so we need to remove it find it in the alarms and remove it. That's what we need to do.
Yeah.
What do you want to bet? It's another one of these casted spell equals problems. Right?
Wouldn't surprise me.
That we're making a call out there and say remove this. That might be the case. Okay, let's, what we're going to do is run this, skip past this for a second. There's our undispelled piece right there. And now I want to break concentration on it. So here we go. Break concentration. This is just, don't worry about this. This one is coming in there. I'll move the breakpoint down to here. Okay, now let's break concentration. Now. It is not active. What does that active now mean? Because I think that's wrong. I think active means it's actually functional now. That should actually be true. I want to set a breakpoint here now. Where else is this assigned? Anywhere else? I don't think so. To a value that's not null. That's it. Okay, let's run it. Here's our alarm going off. I'm going to move the breakpoint down here. There's that spelled to spelled. Okay, so one more time. Casting haste. We should get a new breakpoint this time. Yeah, here. Spell is not active. Casting spell requiring concentration. Check concentration. Yeah, if we're coming in here at preparation started, right here on the casted spell, at some point in here we want to set active to true.
Yeah.
I contend. Let's go see where we are touching active. It's in the call to cast.
Well, that's pretty definitive.
All right. And in dispel, we turn it off. So we never call cast. Is that what's really happening on this?
That would be stunning, wouldn't it?
Well, it's possible,
The
though.
act of casting a spell, we never cast it.
We call it from complete cast. But we may never get out to complete cast. I don't know. Let's see. This is like a little bit stunning. I'm going to just run it and see what we hit. Well, there's active is true. But are we on perhaps a different casted spell instance? So I'm saying because of the wrapper piece condition on that. I think that's it. That's what I suspect is the issue here. We're calling break concentration now on what? What are we calling break concentration on? Haste. Not active.
So which level is the wrapper? I mean, because at this stage it almost feels like I said we're going to pass the content of the wrapper around, putting it in a different wrapper, but somehow keeping like the concept of being active in the wrapper, so that as it's passed from wrapper to wrapper, it sort of loses that fact.
Yeah, it's not being passed. It's being recreated. So we're getting a new one because I'm not holding on to it. I'm just using it to hold additional data to communicate. Let's look for new instances of this. Here's what I'm dealing with. I think this is the problem, Rory. I think I got too much of this, is what I think is generally the problem.
So any new of casted spell that takes a spell.
Any local of casted spell is worrisome. See that?
Yeah.
That's worrisome to me. Okay? It's worrisome. What is this? Prepared spell? What are you? Yeah, that one's okay.
So is it not just the case that the casted spell constructor that takes a spell, where you're constructing an arrangement that you're telling it, well, I have already cast this. Please note, this thing I'm giving you is casted. Thus, the casted spell must recognize the activeness of that spell. It's
not the case. Casted spell is misnamed. I was actually thinking about this. I thought about this, I think, last night, too. I was like, oh, it should be called casting spell or spell wrapper or something like that, because it doesn't actually mean it's casted. I think it may have started out meaning that, but it's not. That's not the case. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to hard code. Here's the thing. Fixing this I'm worried about because I've got state issues all around. I don't want to touch it. not without a lot of last Matt's going to dinner. Going into lurk mode. Yeah, I don't want to touch this. That's kind of what I want to. That's how I want to fix this. Instead, what I want to do is I want to get to that place where we were before, where we were. I'll recognize it when I see it. It was the break. It was the concentration piece, I think, right? Not here, but before here, when we assigned the concentrated spell. Kind of going in circles here a little bit. I thought I would hit it by now. It's here. Yeah. So I think what I want to do is I want to say spell.active equals true. That's what I think I want to do as my workaround for this. Let's see if that helps at all. Haste, cast.
Editing seems slightly less than happy with that. Is that because we're running?
What'd you say? Oh yeah, it's because we're running. If I cast spell, it's going to get in here, then it'll compile that line.
Cool.
There we go. All right, so now it's switched to true. Let's see if that helps us now. So there's haste. Let's go in and add a minute. I'm going to use the Stream Deck to do it now. Clicking the advanced clock button and adding a minute. Cool. That looks like good news.
That is good.
True.
That's now true.
So that means here, I think what happens here is where we go and we find...
So this is interesting, Mark. The previous line, you are about to dispel.
Yep.
Right, there's concentrated spell, dispel. But the line that calls, the calling code of this method, one place up the stack, is also going to dispel when we come back out of here.
Do you mean this one right here?
I think so, yeah. So after your if, there's an
calling it
explicit
dispel.
cast of dispel. What's the distinction between that? Does it matter that we seem to be doing it twice?
This takes it out of the alarms. Is what this one does. Okay. That removes the alarm.
All right, so it's not actually the same thing then.
Well, you never know. We may actually try to see what happens here. We're going to try and take it out of the alarm. That's just going to clear the windups. This dispel should be renamed right here. Okay. Yep, look at this. I even wrote a to-do here. Okay, good. That makes me happier. End spell effects. Update state UI for player. So, okay, no big deal there. All right, so that's all the thing that's going on there. Gabriel Burry is now following. That's awesome news. And then we do on concentrated spell change. I think we're not searching through and removing it from the alarms, though. I think at this point, if we break concentration, we're not doing that. Where do we find that code? Where was that? I think that was in game. We're in game. Here's my create the alarm. Remove alarm.
There you go.
I want to set a breakpoint here and see if we get out here. I want to see, we need to get here when we do break concentration. Okay, I hit run. I'm expecting, because that was the cast. Okay. So is haste done or not? I think it's done, but we lost it somehow. I think maybe while debugging, we may have lost our signal R connection because we were there for too long. Let's see if we can affect anything. Can we add or subtract an hour? No, we lost our signal R. Okay, so we'll have to restart this anyway. Let's go find that dispel I want to rename. This one. All right. Call this clear spell windups.
That's good.
Way better.
Mm-hmm.
Guess I'll add the end game to the end of this. So that's my convention if I'm talking about the UI down below in the TypeScript. Okay. And then I want to get into spell invocation, says Padada. Padada. I'm going to call it Padada. I'm going to say it, pronounce it Padada. Pamen. I got the last part, no problem. I got the Pamen. Spell invocation. Cool. All right, we're coming in, I think, here soon. All right, let's go into spells for Miles. Let's go into, well, I don't know, break concentration is not doing anything. Let's go into haste. And that's, yeah, there. Now we got rid of that. We're going to cast it now for real. And so I'm going to hit cast spell. Now I'm going to hit break concentration, see if we get that breakpoint. You get to this one. This is not the one I'm talking about, though. Let's go look at debug windows breakpoints. I got several of them. Where is it? Doesn't say what file I'm in. Oh, it's right here is where it is. That's where my files are. Okay. So I've got, I think I want to be, is it this one? No, it was D&D game. What are the D&D game ones? Not that one. Alarm spell duration expired. Nope. This one. This is the spell I want to get to. Right here. So, anyway, let's see what happens. I'm just going to hit run. Run. I do not get to it. Okay, so we need to call that. That's what we need to do.
Okay.
Let's figure out where we're currently calling it from and where we can call it from. This is it right here. We need to do it because, yeah, it also removes it from the active spells list as well. Spell duration expired. Yeah. This is when we call game casted to spell casted spell. Ooh, this. Oh, wait, look, hold on. We are at a breakpoint. Hold on. It is, it's going to be haste. Isn't it? It's haste. Yeah. Okay, so we're here, but this fails because this casted spell is no longer the same. These index ofs are no longer going to be working. So we have to create our own index of kind of thing. Is what we have to do. Based using the name. UML diagrams of the calls and dependencies would be interesting. I think we've got
also known as scary.
Yeah, also interesting is also scary. Yeah, I agree with that. They would be interesting. The problem is I don't have the time to look at them. Is the problem. Yeah. And I know at this point you're like, oh, young Padawan.
Yeah,
you have so much to learn.
Let's go with that.
You have so much to learn. Yeah, no, it's just like, I'm like, if this was like a full-time thing, if I had like, you know, people on this with me, I suppose, as well, I would be like, you bet we need that. But I'm working my way through the mess is what I'm doing right now. But I think this is the problem. I think we're going to get a fail on here. I think active spells does have one. Yeah, it's got one that's haste is what I believe. Where is it? There it is, haste right there. And it's just going to, but this is going to return. If we hit this, that's my, oh, it didn't.
If it's less than 0, so because we have one, we continue.
Yeah, but I didn't expect the casted spell to actually be the same thing that's in here. Where's this spell? What's the call stack on this? I want to set a breakpoint here, I suppose. See if we ever get there. That's going to be the interesting piece. I'm going to take this one away. I don't care about that anymore. That breakpoint.
So the attempt to dispel things that aren't actually there, which should be the case in the case of a broken concentration, if this is a VE alarm.
Yeah, so here we go. There's my break concentration. I'm hitting run. It does that, and we don't get... You know why we got the other one? Because the alarm expired, I think, Rory. It expired because it's only a minute long.
Well,
so,
you can push another minute, right?
Yeah, I push another minute right now. Add a minute, and now we should get... No, I added a minute. I don't see our breakpoint.
No.
Oh, wait. You know why? Because I changed it. Hold on. I changed the breakpoint to be the only in this... not there. Hold on.
No.
So Close to here? It's not close to here.
That's
Only
the
in
one.
this case, I moved it to here. That's why we didn't get the breakpoint. But I think that's what's happening. Let's verify that right now, just one more time. Haste, cast spell, break concentration. Okay, there's our entry to break concentration.
Okay.
Okay, and it's dispelled, but we haven't seen the removal yet. Let's add a minute to the clock. There it is. I've done it. There's the breakpoint. See?
And now we're in.
Yeah.
Now, the active spells should not contain this. Therefore, it should try and kick out, and it will therefore not remove
No,
the
it
alarm.
should
Is
contain
that
it. It should contain it. But I still contend that I'm worried about this. This is looking for a specific REST reference, and along the way, we might have one or two of these created.
Okay.
That's my problem. So I want to have a different way of searching for these, but I need to prove that that's the case by landing on this place and then looking at what data's up here.
So is that not a case for us doing what we said before and implementing an overload of the equals of casted spell? Because when index of goes searching for something, it's going to do equality checks against each of the things it finds in the list. And if we can teach it that this is how you identify something is the same, then all those standard features should just work.
Oh, that would be cool. Let's try that. Before we do that, though, I want to get it called a dispel in here from the game. That's what I want to do. And I want to call it in that other place when we break concentration. So one more time. Haste, cast spell, break concentration. I'm hitting the button now. Here's where I want to do it. We're in character, but character should have a reference to the game.
Yeah.
If we're going to go into dispel, then I think this is the place to do it. I think this is a place to put the code. So I'm going to say game.dispel. And I'm going to throw in the concentrated spell. Like that. Let's step into that. See what happens. Ah, look at that. We got here. This could be that situation where that thing is going to fix it. It is, what do we got? Haste right there. And the spellcaster is, I think we got to do a couple things here. We're gonna do some, it's Miles. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to, and the casted spell is the same thing, I bet. Haste and Miles, they're just not matching. So we've seen this. All right, let's kill it. We're going to kill the app. Let's do, first of all, go to casted spell and do an op double equals overload. So coders can help me there by typing an op and then two equal signs like that. And it'll give me my implicit conversion operator. Oh, no, wait. It gives me, it's not implicit conversion, sorry. It's just the double equals and the not equals right there. And we're going to give it two casted spells. And this one is going to be that right there. And let's make this be of type casted spell. Like that. And we already know, well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I didn't see the one below. Let's change that to this. What's going on with these? Close ambiguous. Hold on. Oh, because we got this. I don't need that one. Okay. All right, so now what we want to do is we want to say, here's what we want to add, the code that basically says return
So it's some combination of the caster's name and the spell name.
right? Return casted spell dot spellcaster equals spellcaster. These we only have one reference to, so there aren't multiples of those. and return this dot spell. I think I can almost say, I can almost do that, and I think that would work. But I was also going as far as doing this dot name, dot name. That's what I was doing.
I was just thinking, since we're in here and making sort of sensible modifications to our casted spell, what say we throw a debugger display attribute on this so that we can see clearly what those two values are as we move through our code?
I was thinking the same thing. I was actually thinking of doing a toString on this so that the debugger would just go to that. But how do we do the debugger display attribute?
So it's an attribute on the class. Debugger display is the name, and you literally just pass in a string, and you can use an interpolated string and just reference pieces that are part of your own structure.
Got no suggestions. Looks like we need to use something.
Let's have a quick look.
Diagnostics.
Sounds about right.
All right.
Can't see it here in my example, but this is one of those things that I say to myself, I should do this everywhere, and then I forget to do it almost anywhere. But it is so useful when you remember.
So, let's see. Can I really reference the spellcaster property here?
I believe you can reference almost anything. You basically want to pull anything that can be a string. So spellcaster.name or spell.name.
So it's not getting spellcaster. Do I need...
can you go this dot?
I don't know if I really got a this there.
I'm sure I've done this before.
He's not finding that. Let me go look it up.
So I've got an example here that uses the phrase X and Y in the curly braces. Oh, it's not an interpolated string in the example I'm seeing. Same page you just had up.
Potato Palmen says the same thing.
Yeah, the example I misread. It's not an interpolated string, but it is just a string, and for some reason it'll parse out and get the X and Y, or in our case the spellcaster.
I see.
On the basis that there is a field or indeed a other thing.
So we're going to say.
So that's going to grab the spellcaster, but for our comparison purposes, the spellcaster is one piece and the spell name is another, I guess.
I think that's going to work.
Yeah.
I think
that's the theory anyway.
I need to go double check that first name is in fact over in character. Yep, that's it right there. And spell.name is there. There's a possibility that spell is null. I might do this. Okay. I think. Would that give me a null back in the string, interpolated string? I think it would. And I guess the same thing there, maybe. I think that's my debugger display. And I think let's go to spell and do the same thing, because spell is also something we're often like, wait, what is this right here?
So for those on the stream who've maybe never seen this before, if we do this correctly, it means that instead of having, well, in addition to having, during debugging, an expandable object where we can actually go and check these properties, it will effectively create a string modeled after the template we're giving it and represent it at the top level of that. So we don't have to expand. So if there's one or two key pieces of your object that allow you to grok that it is, identified as this thing and compares well with this other thing, it just elevates that data into your immediate vision rather than for you have to go digging for it.
Yep. I want to say thank you to Potato Palmen for that. It was a great assistance. It was a great fix there. Cool. All right, so we're running, getting started here. And let's hit some buttons. Let's bring up haste. We're now casting it. I thought I hit the cast button. No, I did. Okay, there it is. All right, so we're casting it. Now I'm going to break concentration. And now check it out.
There we go. Miles haste. A nice simplistic explanation of the specific spell.
Yeah, but wait, why is it in quotes? I didn't add the quotes to it. It's kind of interesting. I didn't have quotes here around these pieces, but they did it because they are quotes. Because it's a string. Isn't that interesting? Okay.
Yeah.
But still, it's still better than before. I just want that to be Miles : Haste is what I want. I wonder how I can do that.
That is interesting.
Let's see if
I'm
we can
not
do
sure
this.
I've seen that before.
Let me look at debugger display. Remove string quotes. Only have effect for strings. What's that? What is this? Means no quotes. Strip leading quotes from object values. So yes, only when trying to display string members. Here it is.
So it's a formatting option for the individual items in curly braces. So if we've got our spellcaster.firstname, NQ, is that what they're saying?
Well, if it's there it is right there. There's the example.
Yeah. So for any of our variables in our curly braces, there we just suffix inside the curly brace with NQ, and it will remove the quotes. If the documentation is to be believed.
So
which
NQ,
in fairness it should be.
Like
yeah,
that.
That's what I'm thinking.
All right, let's try that. Let's go over to spell. This one I might stick with the quotes.
But aren't you going to get quotes on the outside anyway? Because this is, in totality, a string. So you're kind of going to see quotes, quotes, then the name, then quotes, quotes again.
Oh, you think I will? Okay. You might be right.
Without that.
Yeah, let's try it. Yeah, no, I get it. Pudata says, or they suggest create function and reference that. I have not done that. Yeah, that's kind of what my experience with the two-string override is.
Mm-hmm.
I've done it sometimes to do this. I like this. All right.
I think either works quite well. The reason it was maybe suggested to do this rather than the two-string is that you may have a need for that within your application, and this is purely an editing or debugging function.
Yep. All right, so now we're going to cast haste. I'm hitting the button now. It's cast, and now I'm going to break concentration with it now. All right, there's that. This call right here should go in and find it. And now look, the index of worked because we changed, we added that, right? We're not down here anymore. We're removing that, we're removing the alarm, all of that. Did we get 2 dispels though? We might, this event might have been called twice. We need to kind of check that. Dispel. Yeah, see this onspell dispelled right here?
Yeah.
That, I think, is coming also here. I think it's the same code. Cast dispel. Yeah. This is going to be the game because we're calling it into game. So the only difference there is that from here we're sending the character in. But I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that difference. So theoretically, I can remove this right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I can do. Let's do it again. All right, here we go. Haste. Cast spell. And break concentration. Here we go. At the breakpoint, I think I can clear this breakpoint. Haste dispelled. And just 1. I think, right? Let's try again. Haste. Cast spell. Good. Break concentration. Dispelled. Let's add a minute. Make sure nothing happens. Right? So we're going to go to clock advance. We're going to add a minute.
Yep.
And nothing's happening.
Exactly the way it's meant to.
Exactly the way it's meant to. All right, so that looks better.
In this case, nothing is positive.
Yes, nothing is a good thing. Let's go look at, let's cast enhanceability with multiple targets. There we go. Everybody's targeted. Enhanceability. Level 4. Cat's Grace. Too many targets. So that works. Like from the standpoint of running the game, right? The players will see that as well as the dungeon master.
Yes.
The players will see the text coming up. That says too many targets, and someone will shout out too many targets in case the dungeon master misses that, right? That sort of thing, which is also useful because sometimes you can have bad guys who have been targeted, like Tanjore there. He might be targeted as well, and so he counts as a target, as a recipient. So you might get something unexpected, and you're like, oh yeah, you gotta take down Tanjore, or we might be like, if we know the spell is a buff, right? In other words, something that helps friendlies, and we've got an enemy who's a target. Well, we might want to make that a warning, for example. Are we sure we want to do that? Yeah. And that brings me to the next thing I want to do. Wait, let's actually make sure. Did I take care of my two middle things? Broken game concentration UI. That is now apparently fixed. Don't go away after they expire. That appears to be fixed now as well. Oh, we haven't fixed the other. There's this other bug here. Need to find and move player target sprites when the nameplate widths change. So we're going to go do that. We for some reason we were thinking that cache was the way to go. I don't know what I was thinking. It's because Rory wasn't here. It's not my fault. Okay?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
All right, here we go. Also, by the way, I just ran PNG Gauntlet on my Big X animation, which is the animation for that X that comes out. And the second one I built this morning called Warning. Do I have all the warnings in here? Yeah, I do. I got all the warnings. All right, cool. Saved 32 megabytes in compressing that. So you can only imagine how big those files are. That's like, a lot out there just for those two warning messages.
It's very easy these days to just assume that everything has infinite space and infinite this and that because, compared to, should we say, back in the day, we really do have huge amounts of everything.
We can do anything.
But when you multiply it by the number of frames that Mark uses on the average animation, suddenly that law of large numbers comes into play.
My machine's just going to have to... You know what I'm actually really excited about, Rory?
Oh, yeah?
I've already given this thought. Getting my next new machine.
You're planning the next one.
I'm thinking, how fast can I bring this machine to its knees until it's time to buy the next one? But I've got to time it right because with this machine, there's really not a lot of options to make it faster without going a ton more money. Moving into all kinds of... And actually, I'm not overclocking this yet. So I could overclock this too.
I forget, have you yet gone back to desktop?
Yeah, I'm on the desktop. So I'm on the new machine. Oh!
Look at that code go.
So good! You don't even need a breakpoint in this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's good code. Okay, Cody Gorilla says we can start coding now. We've been sitting around just asking each other how their weekends have been.
Yeah, just shooting the breeze. We're just waiting for you to get here.
Yeah, that's what we've been doing. What do I want to do? I'm down in here. I want to look for the cache, for the nameplates. This is for the targeting. The targeting I put in, I think the player stat manager right here. That's where I think I put it in. And let's go find that targeting, get ourselves oriented. Is targeted. That's what I'm using to decide what to do. Here's where I come in and I add the target. When I add the target, where is it? Let's see where I can find that. Get this. Wait. This is where I delete it. Here's where I create it. Here it is. Add shifted. So I add it at the X position that I calculate up above. But I also give that target is in its data field the player's ID number, which is unique. So my plan is whenever the widths change, I'm going to go check to see, do we have a sprite out there with that player's ID? And if we do, let's move it to the new location. Okay. Now, let's look at how we're getting that position here. The plate adjust is here. Get plate width. Hold on. Here. Get plate width from cache. This is the biggest mistake of my life in my entire career. And I know a lot of people are like, oh yeah, you've done a lot of bad things, Mark. But you sure that's your worst? Because there's like, off the top of my head, I'm like,
okay, yeah.
I'm like, I got like a lot are occurring to me. But yeah, this is pretty bad. This is giving us nothing. So I'm going to kill it. Well, actually, I'm going to kind of go in reverse here. I'm going to get rid of this. Let's do this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that console log. I don't need. I'm going to comment out this one. Yeah, that's me, last Matt. All right, here, just those two. Get plate width from cache. We're going to kill you. We're going to kill this if block here. And I'm going to do this right here. Do this. Give me a let right there. And I think that's better. All right, let's jump back. Okay, now we're down to these two and this guy. So we're going to get rid of both of those and come up here. There should be no reference to this guy, and we're gone. No evidence that I've ever made a mistake in my life at this point. Feeling good about that.
Comeuppance is way on the horizon. It's out of here. There's no comeuppance coming anytime soon.
Yeah. Tales of my comeuppance may have been exaggerated.
Greatly so.
Greatly exaggerated. Seem to be greatly exaggerated. Everybody's like, oh, you're going to get it. You're going to get your comeuppance, Miller. The whole reason I'm watching the show is so that we watch you fall on your face. It's going to happen.
I'm organizing your comeuppance right now.
You are? Okay, good. She just walked in. Honey just walked in and she said, I'm organizing your comeuppance right now. I'm online. Thousands of people. We'll let them know it's going to be big ratings when we know when it's coming. All right. All right. So I've got this here, but I need to kind of do it in another space too. I need to do it the right place when there are changes. Let's kind of back our way out of this, I guess. Hold on. Wait. How do we get the X fully here? Oh, no, wait. That's the wrong place. Not there. What's going on with my plate adjust? This is my X position. Oh, I see. I see what I'm doing. I want to take all of this and I want to extract it into its own function. And we're going to call this get X for target. Get target X, get player target X. Like that.
I'm curious, Mark. Does that bug you as much as it bugs me? You do an extract method. It's a studio refactoring. It's not a code rush one. And you have to explicitly ask it, yes, I want to rename the result of this. As if the new method X is ever going to be correct.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. No, they know this, and the team knows this because they were doing this in Visual Studio in C# until they started seeing what we were doing, and then they started doing the same thing. So they know the C# team's done this and fixed this. Lachamet's got a clip.
What could that possibly be?
Okay, we're gonna need to remove evidence of the clip, Rory. I need you to work on that.
Okay, we're gonna hunt and destroy, or as I know, broadcast everywhere.
As long as they don't make a clip of this moment right here, our plan is foolproof. It's
the one in which we're planning to destroy the evidence of the evidence.
Right, exactly.
Sorry, of the evidence destruction. Okay.
Watch for future clips, though, Rory. These guys could get clever out there. Okay.
I think we're safe.
All right.
That couldn't possibly happen.
So get player target X. I'm passing in player. Looks like I'm using. I just want to see what else I'm using in here. That. Okay. Of course. The context. Yeah, I need that. Player index, and I need players. I get player X. Okay. Yeah. Fine. And player ID. Yep. And that's it. I thought I needed the players though as well, but it looks like I don't need the whole player list. I just need the player, which is a type character coming in. Oh, I see, because I got players here. Right there. Oh, look who's here! That was Codebase Alpha, kids. Coming in with
Welcome,
it.
Codebase Alpha.
Particularly,
Come on in and join us.
particularly jam and tune. Bust those moves. How you doing, everyone? This is the moment the internet was doomed. Blasphemous says that's referring to our recursive hunt to stop anyone from having proof of anything that may have transpired earlier. Whole internet deleted to remove internet. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that may be necessary to actually achieve our goal, but you know what? It's probably worth it, right?
Yeah. Downloaded that software that says, "What does Google know about you?" And I started up, and it's like, "Oh boy, you don't want to know, Miller. I'm going to crash. I'm going to do you a favor and crash right now." All right. So what are we doing here? We need to kind of connect places that I'm not so sure about. We are right now trying to fix a bug. Look at see that target right there under next to Merkin. Watch what happens when we go into combat.
Yeah.
See it?
It's still exactly where it is, despite the nameplates changing size and reorienting themselves. Really, we want the target to also move to the left of the new nameplate area.
Also, by the way, if I come in and untarget these, let's see if they move to the right place now with a refresh. Because we took out the caching and we didn't test it. So let's test that.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm going to shut down the front overlay, give it a refresh. And one of the things I love, by the way, I love really fast edit, compile, test cycles. And so what I did is on the Stream Deck is I copied this button here. When I hit this button, it does a quick refresh. So watch this. If I come in here, if I do a refresh on the browser overlay by doing that in OBS, I just hit that button, boom, and it's immediately refreshed and we got all the data there. So I got a really fast edit compile time cycle. And so if I'm testing Stream Deck buttons, I can put this anywhere with it and just do the refresh as I'm making changes to the TypeScript and then come back in and hit the button. And it sends the data it needs to then populate everything. So what I want to test is this. I want to go into combat. I think I have to exit and then go back in. Now I'm in. Now I'm going to start targeting, see if they show up in the right spot. They do. See it?
Yep.
All the way across. That's what I want. Okay, so we know that. Now we need to move those guys is what we need to do. You know what I'm going to do, Rory?
What's that?
I'm going to move them with the animation. I'm not going to pop them instantly. I'm going to have them slide into position.
Slide.
That's what I'm going to do. All right. So, that's my goal. So we need to get out to Player Stat Manager whenever the nameplates change. That's what we need to do. So we need to go back over into the Dragon front game. That's responsible for the nameplates. We need to see, we've got this get plate width call. Who's interested in that? Wait, get plate width is only here? Where is it else? It's in set active turn creature ID. This is for putting the active turn stuff behind it. So just so I'm clear on that, if I hit next turn, there, that's what I'm talking about. That's what this code is, that code we were in was doing. Set active turn creature ID is right there, getting that nameplate width. Do it again, that sort of thing. So it just puts that behind it, that kind of cool thing. It's starting to look good, Rory.
It is starting to look good. All these extra style points that are being allocated. It's very nice.
Yeah, it's not bad. I actually have been, since we built this though, I've been thinking I really want the fire to lick over the top of the nameplate as well. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Because it looks too, right now, it just looks artificial, and I want it to look a little more real. Do you know what I mean? Like just a lot, just the flames licking around a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit.
You're going to put some burning effects on the edge of the wood as well.
I could. Not hard. I could do that, but I'm not going to do that.
It'd have to fade off when it wasn't your active turn, of course, and somehow you've got magically healing wood at that point.
I just want to point out that now we finally hit what I'm going to agree is the point of diminishing returns. That's it right there. Last month says it's time
to be a bit more over the top than you can that you can be bothered to do.
Yeah. Last month says it's time for me to grind some more JavaScript courses on my way to full stack dev. See you all in next stream. All right, last month. Goodbye. Screechrat says that's a level of detail that amazes me with this project. Yeah, I'll tell you, the one that excites me the most is when we go in, look at this, miles, spells, enhance ability, bull strength. Watch this. I've got too many targets up when we try to cast a spell. Too many targets. I love this UI.
It's great. It's instant feedback. It caused no bad side effects. It allows you to adjust the situation and then move on without skipping a beat.
Okay, so I thought that get play with was going to be what I needed, but we're not apparently using it in the other place we need to use it. So let's go figure that out. Somewhere in here, well, I've got to draw a nameplate. Draw nameplate. When do the nameplates, when are they updated? I think there's an update nameplate. I guess I'm just going to search for update name. Oh, shoot. Refresh nameplates. What do we have with nameplates? Refresh nameplates. Okay. Where are we calling this from? Entering combat. Initialize player data. Player changed. Good. Okay, so refresh nameplates. This is where we have to figure out where we need to go. Player stats, is that the player stat manager? No, it's all player stats. Which, is that the player stat manager? Is all player stats the player stat manager? Hold on, let me selection increase this. Nope, there's a player stat manager right below it, but it's doing nothing.
Wow, that's an involved class you've got there, Mark.
All right, hold on a second.
You had a dream, didn't you, about this? And unfortunately, you only completed the code in the dream.
All right, so we're going to do this. We're going to kill this. We are going to selection increase our way to the top of this right there. I'm going to take all player stats. We're going to change that to player stat manager. Fully optimized.
Fully optimized class right there.
Yes, sir. You are correct, sir. Yeah. Also, you know, I should point out that there is in the chat room there's some the Coop itself says the mythical full stack dev, best of luck, last Matt. And last Matt says, hey, thank you. You know, it can't hurt to know more things. To which Pauman says, well, not exactly true. Depends on the nature of things. That's what's going on in the chat room, kids.
We're getting refined statements. With every new iteration, we're going to get slightly better.
And if you missed us earlier, you missed on something so compelling that somebody had to put this in the chat room. Whole internet deleted to remove evidence. The entire internet. Yeah, that was evidence of my comeuppance. Okay, so we've got the player stat manager here. All right, come back. Let's go back here. So where were we? Refresh nameplates. Refresh nameplates. Okay, we are actually calling set active turn creature ID.
Okay.
Which, as I recall, had a nameplate with a plate width check on it. Right there. This is building the highlighting, the active turn highlighting is what this is doing. Let's do this. Let's say player stats dot move all targets, and I'm just going to throw everything at it that we're throwing here because I think we're going to need most of this. We need context. The active creature ID, do we need that? No, we don't. So we need those right there. That's what we need. I'm going to find my way into
We look at all potential targets, check if they are actually targeted, and anyone that actually is, well, those are the ones we're going to move. So we don't need to know the active one per se.
Right. So I'm going to get rid of the active turn creature ID right there. Okay, so move all targets is that. Next, I need to go find that the targeting piece we had before. Target. Just control only in this file. Tap control again. Player target sprites. That can help me find where I want to be right there. So tab, tab, tab. Here's the call right here where I add them. Okay, let's find our way back. We want to go through all the players. I'll try a for each on that, for each player, like that. Player, I think I need to do a .bind call here to this, so we can reference that inside of here. We want to find, we want to say this dot get. Oh no, IntelliSense. I hate that. That makes it hard to work with this. Let's do this instead.
Can't you do the same with the lambda logic? So effectively, rather than passing a function, you can pass a lambda which automatically rebinds this. Do I have that right? I'm not 100% sure. It's been a little while since I've looked at code like this, but
I'm still not sure it's going to give me IntelliSense, so let's see what happens. Oh, it does! The lambda is the way to go. We're going to change this for each.
I am wondering if there's a gotcha here I'm forgetting, though.
Well, it's too late, Rory. I've committed.
I'm going to see if I can Google around this.
Like that. That's what we're looking for. Those are for each. So one more time, players. For each gives me this player. Enter, come in here, and now I can say this dot whatever I want. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That's what I want. There's no gotcha, Rory. It just works. Okay, so this dot get sprite for player, and we're going to pass in this dot target player target sprites, and the player ID is going to be player dot player ID, like that. I need this on a couple lines, so I'm going to bring this down. That we're going to return to a QSP, which is constant of type sprite proxy. We'll call this target sprite. It's equal to that. If it's got something, then we need to move it. Okay, we need to call. We need a QN here. Call it X and say this dot get X. Player target X, and it's going to need the player.
I figured out what the gotcha is. It's not something that affects us this time. But if you're used to using for each in any other language, you'll be used to the idea that you can break out or indeed continue on the next iteration of the loop. I do not believe you can do that from within this kind of for each. So it will execute for every single item in the list, irrespective of any logic that you play. So it doesn't affect us here.
Doesn't affect us here. All right, you're right. Context. There it is. What else do I need? Player index. That means I need to get my get player X dot and call get player index from the player ID. Nope, sorry, from player dot player ID. All right. What else? We need to pass in an get player X apparently. Okay. And what else? The player ID. That gets me my X. Wait, I get player X? Maybe I'm wrong about what is needed here. Oh, it's got to give me the I get player X and I text floater. They're the same thing. All right, so there it is. That should work. There is my X. And then I want to say, hey, if target sprite.x is not equal to X, then I want to move you. And if I want to move you, we got to do that animation. What is it? Do I have a move? What is this? Is that my animated move? No, that's not. What is it? What is it? What is that and doing there?
I've just seen that. I'm looking for an and. I can't see one. Did you already remove it, maybe?
Here. This is the question. What's going on here? This allows me to say it got to implement both interfaces. It's a really sweet, actually, sweet syntax from TypeScript. I love it. That's what the and is doing there. No, it's awesome. All right, targets. I've got animate. That's not what I want.
I've not seen that syntax either, actually, Codebase Alpha. What I have seen is the equivalent or. You can say pass in, and actually it'd be one of these two alternatives. I've not used the unified version before.
Yeah, no.
Good call.
Do you want to know how I discovered that, Codebase Alpha? I was like, I want it to be like this, is what I said. I said I wanted...
Wouldn't it be good if it was? Oh,
yeah.
Look.
and I was like, and I did it, and then I kind of, flinched for a little bit, waiting for the squiggly underline to appear, and I waited, and nothing happened. I was like, oh my God, this is so cool. Yeah, and lo it was.
Did the same thing. The first time I had a smartphone and I was showing somebody the calculator app, I said, and if they'd written it properly, when I turn it sideways like this, it would, oh look, it does.
Yeah, I know.
Scientific calculator popped up with all the extra buttons.
Right, isn't that awesome?
Which is great, yeah. Discoverability should be that instinctive.
Where is my animation? There's some movement animation. We just wrote this like a week ago. It's not, doesn't start with animate. Doesn't start with move. This is
for the movement of the NPCs at the top of the screen, isn't it? They slide into place.
Yeah. We're doing it there. What is it? It is, I think we got to go into Sprite Proxy to find it. Let's go to Sprite Proxy, control for options, go to the whole solution. I want that one down at the bottom. Right there. I feel like it might be here. Ease point. That's what it was. Just being here. Oh, come on. Oh, it's not here. It's in the ancestor class. Hold on. Ease. Start time from X to X time span. That's what I want. So ease. We're going to start now. We're going to go from my current X. My from Y is my current Y. We're going to go to X, and my target Y is still my same Y. And my time span is going to be... I'm like, have to make that sound effect as I imagine it going across. Yeah. I think it's about 400 milliseconds, maybe about 360 milliseconds. That's what I think it is. That's it. Did we just fix it, Rory?
That'd be really good. I mean, it feels like that's what it should be. So here we go, instinctive, right? Someone wrote a good API here. Who could that have been?
I don't know, but he's not getting his comeuppance today, kids. He's not getting his comeuppance today. All right, let's refresh. There's the refresh. And I think we're in battle, so let's get out of battle and come back in. So restart the clock. Okay, everybody's targeted in the right spots. Let's enter combat. No! Why not? All right, we got to go. We got to go to console log, our good friend console log. Let's see what's going on here. This looks interesting. What's going on here? I think I figured it out. I figured out everything, Rory. I know
yeah.
everything. This is where my comeuppance is lying. It's
I
right
see.
here. This is my comeuppance. This is where we are right now in time.
Oh dear.
I
What you're
think I'm
saying
good.
is if we proceed from left to right, it's a coming. What's
Yeah.
the scale of left to right? Is that like 1,000 years?
Unknown. By the way, there's another chart. Yeah. No, it's like I used to measure how worried I was by I would have this really unusual metric, and it went like this. It would be the delta in time between the time I did something stupid and the time I realized I did something stupid.
Okay.
Right? And so it started like this, right? So wait, so here is current time, and here's the time I realized I did something stupid. And so I'm moving forward through time, and look what's happening. I'm like, what? And the singularity is about to be reached.
Well, it's
We're
just
like,
there's a point in the future where you can tell you're about to do something dumb, but you don't stop. You just do it anyway.
we are right here. Oh yeah, right. It could go like,
Discovery happens
yeah.
ahead of time.
It's like hitting the speed of sound, right? This massive, just what's it called in the back? This sonic boom hits right in the back, right? And then you're like, suddenly, things are now going like this. I'm going to do some really crazy stuff a long time from now. Yeah, Miller Event Horizon.
Miller and Horizon.
That is
Interesting.
what we are calling it. That's exactly it. Yeah, that's it. And Coding Gorilla is, ever handy with the. I guess he's getting his comeuppance because it's happening right now. All right, so here we go.
Very small health.
Local host. Going to drag in front overlay. Now we're here on this page. I just want to come into. I want to see if we got any messages here, right? If something we write code, we think it's good. Let's figure out what the problem is. A refresh. Let's exit combat. Let's go back into combat. What do we got? Well, we don't have anything. No messages here. So let's start sending some. Move all targets. Refresh nameplates. I'm going to say move all targets. We'll do this. We're going to say at least make sure we're getting here.
Yep.
Start there. It doesn't matter. We're just going to do one real quick one because it's really fast to refresh. Yep, we're getting in there.
Okay.
And let's exit, move all targets, enter.
There's no possibility it thinks there are no players. That would be mad, right? So it must be iterating.
Yeah. Hold on. I think hold on. Ease point 2. Is this thing going to work already, or do we need... It does say if ease point. So if we say ease, we create a new ease point. That should work.
Seem like it should. Any chance the outer if is failing? There's no target sprite being retrieved somehow?
Don't think so. But we can throw that up out there. All right, let's try that. So come over here, refresh. In combat. Start
That's
combat.
finding already.
Yeah, and we're calling ease.
Yep.
Why aren't you moving?
So
I think I know what we need to do. Hold on. The target sprites were not ever updating their positions because they weren't ever moving before. Okay?
Okay.
So if we look up here, what do we want to look at here? The dragons are a great example of here in the front game here of things that were moving. Where are my dragons? Drawn. Dragons, I'm talking about these guys. They come up right here.
they ease on as well, don't they?
Yep, they do. Yeah, they should be last. All right, hold on. Player stats update. Super update. Why? I feel like, for some reason, I keep thinking it's in super, but that doesn't make sense to me that I would have those up in super. Let's do this. Let's go find the dragons. I think they're actually in another file. It's in ready roll. No ready roll stuff in here. Where are you? Well, here. Launcher to send the dragons is in here. That's in the player stat manager. Okay. Cool. So we want to go look at these guys. Create ready to roll sprites. Moves is true and disable gravity. That's what we want to do on those sprites.
Okay.
So we want to go back to.
So here's a question: is that a thing that is always necessary in order to ease something?
I think there's two things needed to ease them. You need to do this. You need to say moves is true, but you also need to call update at the right time. So somewhere in here.
I'm just wondering, if that's the case, would we not be advised to set moves equals true and gravity equals to unaffected from within the ease method? Basically, anything we try to ease will have those attributes applied to them.
We can't do it because it's a setting on the sprites object and not on the sprite proxy. So
Okay.
we could, but we'd have to create a parent-child relationship, and I've been kind of hesitant to do that. What's this?
True, and the other problem with that is, despite it sounding initially like a good idea, you would then be having side effects introduced in order to certainly ease the way a function worked. Pardon the
pun.
The pun.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, you'd be maybe leaving that fact the case on something that wanted to ease under one circumstance, but then doesn't reverse the process to allow it to not be in that state. So you're causing sort of unintended side effects, maybe.
Yeah. All right. So let's try this. I'm gonna go back over here, see now if this new with those two changes, if that solves that problem.
That would be good.
There's the refresh of the data. Let's get out of here. That does not seem to help at all. Well, kind of.
Well, there's a movement.
Yeah, there is.
We're just not moving enough.
I'm hitting buttons now. Nothing's happening. I'm not at a breakpoint. Do I have a modal UI up? Oh, it might have been disconnected. Let's see. Is it going to work now? No? Oh, no, it is. Okay. So what is going on?
If you exit combat a second and see the relative position of the targets to the names, the actual text.
You think it's the same?
Well, I think at the moment it's obliterating the first part of each name. I wonder if it still is when you shrink back.
It is. It's exactly the same on all of them. But I'm also...
So it's like there's an offset we're changing, which we don't change back.
Yeah, if you look at Fred's, for example, he's got just the D showing. And if we go into combat, still just the D. With Miles, you've got LES showing. If we get out, still LES. It's
So
as
when
if we're
you
just
started
off.
afresh without anything, it's not overlapping. So something in the transition basically overrides your default offset, and then it maintains that new default in both of the two states.
You know what? I'm not... Hold on a second. Now it's working. It's in the correct spaces here.
So that's our restart, essentially.
Let me close them down a second. And I want to go into... Well, actually, let's do Fred. So Fred's in the right spot.
Yeah.
And let's go into combat. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, now. All right, so there's Fred, and now Fred goes back to covering the D. But now if I turn on Miles, Miles goes to the right spot. I think it's a sequencing thing where we got the wrong data, maybe? Something is missing. If I turn off Fred and turn him back on, he's in the right spot.
Okay.
So there's something about the calculation of that X that's different, is what it seems to be. That calculated X
like
seems
the
different.
Act of changing from into or out of combat adds something to the X value, which is never removed again unless you get rid of the target and bring it back.
Yeah, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, we just use that exact thing right there. What could be different about these two? Let's also go into moving targets though. Let's try this. I just want to try that without actually looking too deeply at it. Let's do a refresh. Okay, there we are there. Let's go enter combat. I guess we're in combat. Let's exit combat. Nope. Enter combat. What's going on? I have another idea on what it might be. I think I know what it is, Rory.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think I know what it is. And we can look at ease. Let's see, I think we're missing the origin X and Y. And
okay.
I think we might see that. Prepare for entrance. Nope, we're not using it here. But the origin X and Y here might be the upper left on this sprite right here. Die sprites. Die for player with sides.
So effectively, a lot of people think of the origin of an image as being either the sort of top left or bottom left, something like that.
It's the anchor.
We
is
may
what it
have
is.
re-anchored it in the center, which means that everything we tell it to move by is off by roughly 50% because we'll have moved that origin to the center.
Yeah. Nope, we're setting the origin X and Y to a value that whatever we're passing in here.
That sounded really plausible as an explanation.
Yeah, I still want to do it. Because I'm still like, wait, what? I'm kind of like, eh. Well, let's see. Let's see if what we set this origin to on player target sprites. Yeah, origin X and Y 45. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because the other example didn't have it. I don't think that's going to give us, trying it's going to help us at all. Our X is wrong. Why is our X wrong? Let's do this. Let's send out the X here instead. We're going to only turn one on and off, and we're going to turn it on at different times. So come back over here. We're going to refresh this. Send the data to it. And we're going to work only with Fred. So I'm going to clear all the targets. Right there. And now I'm going to turn on Fred. Okay. And then I'm going to go into combat. It's weird that we don't, because we don't have that in the other. I need one more console log on X. I need it here. Right there. Okay, so refresh one more time. Send the data. All right, go to players. All right, so there it's on and it's X. The correct position here is 147. Okay, let's enter battle. And it still goes to 147. Oh, no, wait, hold on. No. I restarted the clock, which means I exited battle. Sorry, I said enter battle. Let's enter combat, and it goes to 99.
But the 147 that it started at and the 147 that this felt the need to go back to did result in different physical on-screen locations.
It does feel like that origin is going to be needed to offset that. What's interesting is the Y doesn't have that at all. Wait. Hold on. Let's go find at ease again. I think I have an idea on what the problem is. Oh, I'm doing relative stuff here, is what I'm doing. I think I do for the new flat out X position though. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the fix. So I'm going to go back to it. My gut feel is telling me this is it. We're going to add the origin X to it, right like that. And we might have to subtract. We'll give that one try. I'll do it here on the live stream. Here's the data refresh.
Coney Gorilla says it looked like the nameplate moved under the target, and I think it did, but mostly because it's getting bigger in both directions. So there's this optical illusion where, you know, the name physically moves, even if the nameplate is only getting larger.
I'm going to say minus now. Change that to minus. And what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to modify this and subtract origin X from it on calculating the X position right there. That's what I'm going to do. So one more time. I think this is going to work. I really do. I know everybody's like, Mark, this is not going to work. Your comeuppance is coming. All right, so now I've just turned it on and off. Enter combat. Okay, let's give Fred some. Let's give Fred some temporary hit points. Nice. See it? Change.
Mm-hmm.
Let's give Fred some damage. It works for me. It's not bad.
We have working code.
That's what I
There's only
wanted.
one thing.
I'm going to cast Chaos Bolt.
Woohoo!
That's it right there, kids. That's Chaos Bolt.
There's going to be some damage.
And I may have hit Rory. Rory, you okay? Uh-oh.
I'm here.
Oh, he's here still. All right. I'm okay.
However,
You got to go?
however, as it happens, I gotta go.
All right, buddy.
But I thought I'd wait until things were working, and things are working.
We did it, man.
Yeah.
We did it.
Okay, bud. I will see you again this time tomorrow.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Sounds cool. Bye-bye. All right. So cool. We fixed those bugs. I'm happy about the bug fix. Nice. Next, we need to implement the next part. What's this? I can't promise because it didn't interact with it. That's fine. We're cool. We're good with this. We can get rid of that. We got that console log. We don't need the console log down here anymore. And we don't need this one either. And those are the only two in here, I think. Yep. All right. Get rid of that too. So is the origin X. We just need to offset by the origin X. Good. All right. Next thing we need to do. Right now we have UI that comes up. If Miles comes in and says, I want to cast Enhance Ability, for example, Eagle's Splendor, and we've got too many targets selected. He can only touch 3 creatures, but we've got 5 targets selected. Right now, too many targets comes up. Like that. The DM, by the way, the Dungeon Master gets a message that's more detailed. Let's bring up the DMs. New Pixel Perfect is now following. Here's the DM's chat right here. We'll do that same thing again, and we'll take a look at that. So, Miles, Enhance Ability, level 4, Fox's Cunning, cast spell. The DM gets a message that says max targets 3 exceeded. Select fewer targets. Okay, not bad. I think think I want to fix that message a little bit though. So what I'm going to do is go over into code for miles, find enhanceability. Is it this one? There it is right there. Max targets exceeded. Max targets. For enhanceability. Exceeded. Select fewer targets. We're going to pass it up there. Spell slot. Like that. So now we got a longer message here. That just saves automatically out to the Google spreadsheet. So if we reproduce the situation, we say like Eagle Splendor, cast spell, max targets for enhanceability 3 exceeded, select fewer targets or cast at a higher spell slot. So now the DM can go look in the chat room window for more detail, but everybody else sees this kind of lower information density bit of detail as well. But the cool thing about it is when that comes up, too many targets, after a little bit of play, we know what the problem is and we can fix it. That X, by the way, is color shifted, is hue shifted to match the color, the player color of whoever's out here playing. So next what I'm going to do is I want to work on warnings. That's the next piece I want to do. Hey, could you guys be quiet just a little bit? It's hard to concentrate when I'm hearing you guys. You're having a good time though, right? Well, that's the only thing that's important. It's the only thing that's important. Just have a party in here. Just there's so many rooms, but this is the most important room to be in right now. All right. So let me show you what I want to do. Let's turn off that music. Let's get our Coders music back going here for a little bit. And I'll show you what I'm going to do. It's fine. We don't hear him, says Padadapama. Yeah, but I hear him. I'm like trying to focus. All right. So here's what I want to do. What happens if in validation, so I've got assert target count does not exceed. I think I want to change this. I want to change this. Assert target count does not exceed. Let's go find that. Let's stop the app and we're going to rename this. I want to rename this to stop if target count exceeds. That's what I want to do. So we're going to call that stop if target count exceeds. Right there. And then we want to go change the code as well, which I can do once we start it up. I can also go out to, I can go change it as well in the Google spreadsheet on the spells page. And go find it, but we're going to be loaded by that time, so we'll just change it in the app. All right, here we go. We're up. Click on Miles. Go to the code. Go to enhanceability. Go to onValidate, and I want to change this to stop if target count exceeds. And then I want to do one more underneath it that says warn if target count below. And I say something to the effect of more targets are available. Maybe even do this, ammo count minus, oh, I can't really get the target count in here. So I can just say more targets. And its ability are available. Total, like this. Are you sure you want to cast? Are you, whoops, I don't like this. Are you sure? I did it again. Sure, this is my fault. You want to, gotta figure this out, how to solve this, to cast. I hate that undo doesn't get me back to this piece right here, the original piece before it pulled it in. Are you sure you want to cast? Like that. And then I think I also want to say something here that says stop if target count matches that, 0. And there's this thing too, though. This too many targets. Yeah, I've got my to-do here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to stop this a second, and we're going to move this out to the calling code. So we're going to add a new parameter here. Parameter 4 is going to be called the float text. And this one is being called maybe the DM text. Dungeon Master Message. So I'm going to change that to this. And then what's assert true? It's my display text. Just want to rename these here. Validation issue. And validation issue DTO. Dungeon Master message. And this used to be display text, and I think I'm going to do JSON ignore on this. Like that. That's what I'm going to do for the Dungeon Master message. Then validation issue DTO. I think I have this down below in TypeScript as well. Let's see if I got that. I do. Here it is right here. I'm going to take out text. I don't think text is being used here anywhere. Doesn't look like it. Float text is. All right, cool. Anybody calling the constructor? It looks like no. It's only used in deserialization. Okay, cool. All right. Just moving back, moving back. Yeah, tell Dungeon Master. So show validation issue doesn't actually need this guy coming in, I think. Let's do that. Let's actually come in here to this guy. Let's take this out. It's only used here, right? Let's delete that. Come up here. Why am I not seeing remove? unused parameter. Am I not in the right spot? I'm going to call that a bug. I'm not sure why that's happening right now. Let's go take a look at that. Issue start. I'm looking for remove unused parameter right here in this space right now. Let me save everything. I'm right here. Parameters clearly not being used. Looking for remove unused parameter. I don't see it. Show validation issue. Called from one spot only. Main window. We're in the same assembly. No remove unused parameter. Okay. All right, put that over in the chat room. Just gonna put an issue out for the devs to look at. Meanwhile, I'm gonna do that. And get rid of that. Much better. Okay. So show validation issue comes in here like this. I think the validation event args has a validation level. So I'll show you where I'm going with this. Warning or error. So errors are going to be, we have to stop. We can't go forward. A warning might be, hey, you've got, three fireballs you can shoot, and you've only selected one target. You have 3 different targets, something like that. That might be a warning. And what I want to do is on the Stream Deck, as we're getting in here and we're casting a spell, so we come in and we say, let's go to miles and spells and enhance ability. Pick a 4th level slot, which is Eagle Splendor, like that. Hold on. Why am I not seeing the... is it the bug? Yeah, it looks like we've got... Oh, we're not running. That's why nothing's happening. But I want... When we have fewer targets than what's allotted, I want a warning to come up. And the first time the warning comes up... Here we go. Let's show you what I'm talking about here. Okay, so here we're on the Stream Deck. The Dungeon Master chooses Bear's Endurance, and then they choose Cast Spell. The warning appears. But if they hit Cast Spell again, like pretty quickly after it, or immediately after it, then it's going to blast through the warning and go. So the idea is the warning will stop it immediately, say, wait, are you sure? And a secondary hit will confirm it. Otherwise, hitting any other button will change the settings. For example, target more players, that sort of thing. So I want to get the warning to come up. That's what we're working on now. So I've got validation level as part of that. And we have stop if target count exceeds too many targets. So we need this 4th parameter, the float text. The text, so this one is the text to send the DM. Targets exceed maximum count. And this is the text to float above the spellcaster if targets exceed maximum count. I'm going to add this to the dictionary. Okay. So parameter 4 is that. That one is, I think, also required. Yeah, I think we're always going to be doing this, even if it's an empty string, I think. All right, so now we're going to say there's the Dungeon Master message, and then we're going to call this the float text here. That's going to do get stir. That's going to get on args of 3. And then we're going to put float text right here. And then we're going to go run it and put that float text, add that in as a third. There's a 4th parameter to stop if target count exceeds. I still don't have the other 2 pieces, so actually I should probably get those two. But I think it probably makes sense to test this since we've renamed it. Starting up. All right, stop if target count exceeds. I'm going to do this instead. I'm going to change this up a bit. I want to say stop if target count, and then I want to be able to pass in exceeds or matches as kind of like an enum element is what I want to do. Too many targets. So stop if target count matches 0. So if target count matches 0, we want to say you haven't selected a target. Select up to, I gotta just put a comment here just so I can do this. Select up to, no, it's still doing it even in comments. I need to fix that. Select up to targets. Oh, really? You took that whole target away from me. There we go. Okay, select up to that many targets. That's if we have no targets at all. If it exceeds, we're going to do that. And warn if target count is below that amount right there. Okay, so now we're going to add one more parameter, matches, exceeds, or below as a an enum. So to support that, we need to declare it. With that, we're going to call this comparison operator. Like that. We now need a comparison operator is there. That's going to be number 1, and this is going to be 2, 3, 4, and 5. Existing arguments is now 5. So the first one we need is my comparison operator. Bless you. That's coming in at 0, args of 0. 1, 2, 3. I'm just left arrowing and then tabbing down to get to the next one. And 4. That should give us all 5 of those pieces. The comparison operator is there. And then we want to do something like this. We want result, like that. And we want to say a switch on the comparison operator. So if it's matches, we want to say result is equal to true that the target count stops spell casting if the target count matches the specified value using the specified comparison operation, like that. So there's a comparison, the target instance to check. This is really compare value is what this is right here. Compare value. So the number to compare is, that's this. Okay, so matches, we're going to say result is equal to target instance dot count is equals the compare value. And down here we want to say exceeds like that. And down here we want to say below like that. And then we want to pass in result right here. Okay, so that is stop. Well, now that I've got stop here, I might as well just what to do. Like here I've got validation assert, so the assert basically is going to stop, is what it's going to do. Well, the assert true kind of goes in here. It's kind of an implied stop, you know, using the same naming conventions as unit tests do. I'm thinking about adding an additional parameter that says warn or stop, that sort of thing. In order to get these to work though, I need to put this out with my other enums, and I need to use it. Let's go down into, we're in the D&D core already. Here we go. Let me grab just one of these so it just puts the file in the right spot. There. Comparison operator. Okay, there. I want to do find all references on conditions. That's what I want right there. This is going to then allow that to be parsed by our expression evaluator. So now all of those elements of that enum will be able to be parsed by there. So I've got stop if warning count exceeds, and I really almost want to have a stop if target count, and this shouldn't be a started count exceeds anymore, this should be target count. So stop if target count yeah, I think I'm going to do it. Change it to compare target count. And then I want to create a new enum that says what to do. Validation action. And the first option is going to be stop spell. And the second one is going to be show warning. So I just changed these to stop and to warn. It's probably better. Okay, type to file. So now validation action is going to be my last parameter. one more parameter here. 6. All right, parameter 6, expecting arguments, now 6. Now we want to come down here and we want to say, hey, let's get the last piece here, validation action. That's going to be equal to expression dot get and pass in args of 5. Player, I don't think we're going to need those, but I'm going to throw them out anyway. Target, spell, dice. Okay. Here's my validation action. Then I can do a switch on my validation action. And if we're going to do a stop, we're going to do this. And otherwise, if we do a warn, we need to do a breakpoint here. You know, before this assert true, I don't know, maybe I'm kind of leaning towards moving away from the unit test convention because we're actually doing something very specific here. Well, hold on, what's the validation level? Error and warning. All right, we could just do this. We could do this. We're still going to call assert true, but we're going to get our validation warning, which is close, a little bit close to the, what is it, validation level? I don't know if we're going to use that, but you know, just do this. And now here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say validation warning level is equal to this dot error. And down here, we're going to say it's equal to this dot warning. And then we're going to pass that validation level down to our assert. Okay, better. I think we can run. I think I want to move the targets down just a little bit so the fire just touches the bottom of the screen. Let's work on that while we're waiting for that to start up. It's about that. Let's look at that fix, see how that looks. Okay, refresh, refresh. Oops. It's back, refresh. Okay. And let's target. Yeah, I think it's good. I think that's where I want it. Okay, let's go look at the code. Let's do that for now. Let's look at the code up here. Let's go get Miles. So now it's no longer, what is it? It's not stop at target count, it is compare target count. So we're going to say compare target count. And the last parameter is going to be stop or warn. So this is a stop. This one is a stop. And this one is a warn. Okay. All right, so that's enhanceability. So now if we come into enhanceability, we have, let's get no targets. Okay, so no targets are selected. We're going to go in, cast enhanceability at level 4, which gives us 3 creatures to hit. We'll cast the spell. And, oh, interesting, because we have no targets, we come here. I'm just going to hit cancel. I think I want to get rid of this UI, like permanently. What's my problem here? We had 6, we were expecting 5. Did I forget to update that? Nope, I said I wanted 6. The count is 5. Matches. Target. 0 is the compare value. Dungeon Master message. Well, the float text was missing. Okay, I got it. So it was my fault. It's the problem is out here. That said too many targets. That looks wrong. So here we want to say so here we're going to say more targets, question mark, I think. Maybe select more targets. Okay, so save that again, come in here. We have no players selected. We're hitting cancel on this select in green creature UI. It's coming up. I think I'm going to kill that. Kill that, kill that, kill that. Variable stop unknown in expression. I don't get that. Oh, wait, I do know why. Because we need to register it here. Okay. That's different than the comparison operator is what it looks like you're saying, Coding Gorilla. I think. I'm not sure. I think I missed. I think you were trying to help me a while back, and I missed the connection. Apologies if I did that. Okay, we have nobody selected. I'm going to go in and try and cast the spell Owl's Wisdom. Cast spell. Nothing happens. We don't get any errors. That part's good. I think my validation is that I don't have an error for it. The method used to get the action was different. I think we're over here. Oh. Expressions.get. Oh, I see. This is needed. Oh, because to get local variables. Oh. We actually need that. We need for this one, but for the comparison operator, we don't. We don't need that here. This should work just as well. This code down here should work just as well here. Like that. Let's cause a problem and let's see if the let's see if we get the warning still. So I've got everybody selected, going in. Fox is cunning. Okay, so let's look through here. Comparison operation is matches. So this is the check against 0. It's false, so nothing is going to happen. Well, select targets. Up to 3 targets. But the result was false. Oh, I've got to assert true. Hold on, it doesn't matches? My target instance is 5? Oh, because I have 5 up here. I see what's happening. Yeah, this is I'm confusing. Let me run it a second. Let's go ahead and hit the code out here. We get 2 of those that come up. Okay, the problem is I'm confusing assert with do something if. I think that's my problem. So go out to code, enhance ability, on validate. Okay. So if this is true, I think what I want is the way I'm writing it now is if, for example, if the target count matches 0, then I want to do something. So in other words, if that expression is true, then I want to send that. If it's true, I want to send it, not if it's false. Here, if the target count exceeds the spell ammo count, then I want to do the same kind of thing. I want to warn it. Here, compare if the target is below ammo count, then I want to throw a warning out. Okay, so that's the comparison. Let's look over here at the code. If we're equal, if it's true, then yeah, so we go down here, we inside of assert true, we basically say if it's true, then we return. We actually want to flip this, is what we want to do. And what we want to do here, I think, yeah, I'm going to kill this a second, and I'm going to change assert to check. Just validate. And then we're going to say if we're false, assert true is a bit of a misnomer. Well, it started out good. In the original code, it was not bad. But now it's really bad, is what I would call it. In fact, this, I'm almost thinking, I just want to call validation failed directly, is what I want to do. Can I inline the method from here and delete? I cannot. That's what I want to do. I think I want to change it to this. So if these match, if it exceeds, if it's below, then we want to say call it and validation failed with that particular piece here. Right. It's behind you, man. Mr. Spoofy. Welcome, Mr. Spoofy. How you doing? All right, so what do I got here? I'm thinking about the naming of this. I've got compare target count here. And it's okay, but it's really like we kind of want to validate. I almost want to change this to validate target count. Validate count. And I almost want to call it validate count. That's what I think I'm going to do. So this is now turning into validate count. I want to put target first, then the comparison operator. Like that. So target is coming from 0, and comparison operator is coming from 1. Like that. So that's what I want to do. So we're going to now say compare target, and so we'll pass in target, then the comparison operator. The other thing I want to do, so we need to remember to do this. We're going to rename it to validate count. The other piece I need to take care of, actually, you know what we can do so we don't forget that? Let's go in Google Spreadsheets here. Look for enhance ability. And right here, this is the code we're talking about. Call it validate count. And so now with this change, it reads validate count, and then I have target below spell ammo count. Or here I have target exceeds spell ammo count. And here I have target matches 0. So it's just a little easier to read. Okay, so validate count, I made that change. Okay. And the other piece I wanted to do, what else do I want to do? There's something else I wanted to do and I don't remember it. The validation failed. Let's, I guess, just test this for now. Totally forgetting what it was. How you doing, Mr. Smoothie? Welcome. I was like totally in deep concentration when you came in, so I was like, Okay. So, Eagle Splendor. And this should get us, what does this should get us? It should get us the warning, but I'm not sure we'll see anything for the warning. So we're not seeing anything because we don't have the warning UI set up yet, I think. Let's over target it now. I'm not seeing it responsive. Oh wait, we've got, oh, I know what's going on. We've got UI up here. This UI that I want to get rid of. I say we kill it now. That's what I wanted to do. We did get it. We did get some problems. So hold on. Let's, we got to figure that out. What's happening is this. Select target. We're getting here, and we're basically checking to say, hey, do we already have any targets? And if we do, we just get out. We add them up right here. What I could do is this. We could add additional parameter that says only search locally is what we could do. Show UI, like that. Maybe show XAML UI, like that. So if we're not going to show it, then we're going to get out. Okay, let's go to the select. Target evaluation piece right here. And we're going to give it an additional parameter. The type is going to be bool, and it's going to be called show XAML UI. Shows that target picker if no creatures are currently targeted. That parameter is optional. Okay. Show XAML UI. From 0 to 1. And then we're going to say if args.count is greater than 0, then we're going to say, we need to do this. We need like a VB shows XAML UI is equal to true. Like that. And then we're going to say, sorry about that, guys. Thank you so much, Coding Gorilla. Appreciate that. Shows XAML UI is equal to expressions dot get bool of args of 0, like that. And I suppose we could also pass in, to assist in the evaluation, these other parameters that sometimes expressions can be used to do that. All right, so there's my show XAML UI. Then I can come in here and say ea.show XAML UI is equal to that. And then we can do the request, and that should allow us to suppress it if we change our code here. Wait, is it here? Here. This should be a false right there. I'm going to change it in the app when it's running because it may have already started and loaded this already, and so I don't want to have to change it twice. So I'll wait till the app comes in. We'll get out there and we will pass in false to select target. All right, here we go. Miles, code, enhanceability. We're going to call pass in false here. Okay, so that saves that. Let's try it right now. We have, let's make sure we have no targets selected. None are selected. And let's go into Miles, enhanceability, and Owl's wisdom I hit. Spell. So we got like, looks like 1, 2, 3 issues there. Is what, and I want to see none of them. So I'm a little bit confused about that. So let's figure that part out. Count. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Smoofy. Thanks, Coding Gorilla. Everybody's helping me out today. Well, we're getting out here no matter what. All right, let's see what's going on. We'll set a breakpoint up here and do that. Just reproduce that whole thing. We're going to say Owl's wisdom, cast the spell. All right. So we're checking first to see if the target count is equal to it. That's true. So we should get at least 1. And it's an error if we have no target selected. So we're going to say on validation failed, select up to 3 targets. That's what we want. Float text is select targets, and it's an error. That one should definitely, good. That's what we want for that. Let's keep running. Come in the second time for the second. Now we're checking to see if the count exceeds. Nope, it should be false. And now we should not validate. Good. So keep running. In a third time, this time we are in below. Is the count below? Well, it is below. But the other one should have caused a stop. How are we going to stop it? How are we going to stop the expression engine from continuing? Right? We've already had a validation issue that we've put out. It's gone because, we're stepping through the code, but normally it would still be up right now. And it's essentially a redundant one. Maybe we want to rethink this. Rethink what this code looks like here. What if instead we did this? Var target count equals get target count. Or maybe just get count. You might be able to pass sophisticated objects to it. I'm going to call it pass in target to it. And now what if we change the code that says something like this? Hey, if target count is equal to 0, then what I want to do is, instead of saying validate count, I want to say validate error. I know. We invested all that code, but it makes sense to simplify this because this is the thing I'm going to be writing more of here. Validate error, and so I don't need to stop anymore, like that. And now I can check in here and I can say, well, else if target count, I think everybody's liking this better anyway, is greater than spell ammo count. Hey boo, how you doing? And then you've got validate error again, like this, and we're just passing in that and no stop at the end. I like this better. And then so now we've got max target exceeds, and then we've got one more else if down here. If target is less than spell ammo count, and then we're going to say validate warning. Yeah, sometimes a rethink is useful. I think an advance would have been nice here because I'm going to have to undo some code, but I think the payoff is worth it. So now we've got validate error, validate warning, or I could just change it to, I actually could change it to validate, and put back my warn, and up here put back my stop, like that. Stop there, and stop here, like that. Okay, so let's do that. That means I need to implement a get count. That's what I need to do. All right, so we're going to do that. That's going to take a target. We're changing this up a lot here. Let's do this though. Let's duplicate this. And let's call this get count, like that. And it's going to take just a parameter, one parameter. Returns the number of entries in the specified, I don't know, entity, like that. And so we might change this to have other entities right here, but for now we're going to say it's a target instance. So we'll do that. We'll do that. And then we want to return that count. Do we have a get count? It's just got a getter on it. It does. It's just going to go through and figure all those out. Okay, so we're going to return that count. All right, so get count appears to be done. Let's move that out to its own class, into its own file. Now up here, we're going to change this to validate. And that's validate. We no longer have a comparison operator, compare value, that's all gone. We have a 1, a 2, and a 3. The validate action. What to do if what, so this is not if the comparison fails. So here, hold on, the text is sent to the DM. This also becomes simpler. Text float above the spellcaster. And what to do. Stop or warn. That becomes simpler. Okay, number of parameters required are 3. No comparison operator, no compare value, no target instance. This is 0. This is 1. And validation action is 2. We don't need the comparison operator. Much better. Code's cleaning up, right? It's a great example of when it makes sense to back up and undo what you're doing. I think it's a great example. I think we're going to have better results. The code's going to be simpler both here inside C# land and also in the script. The scripting code seems simpler and more flexible. So I don't know, I apologize for taking us the wrong path, but it was all on purpose to give you this great lesson in when to back up. All right, so we're setting up the validation level there. That's all good. And what's going on with result here? That's nothing. We're just going to validate right there. Validation on validation failed. We don't want to fail. We want to say on validate. You shouldn't use the validation action instead. Instead of moving over to the validation level, kind of. Now I get it. The problem is, hold on. The reason I've been hesitant is because I'm pretty sure it's down here too. So we kind of have to, yes. The answer is yes. Maybe use validation. Let's just use validation level totally is what we should do instead. So it's either, well, you know what we could do? Hold on. To keep it so that we don't have to change our code, we can rename this to just warn and error. And then we can do the same thing on the other side, and then we'll just use this. And then we're going to get our validation level from this to there. Validation action, we don't care about anymore. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm with you 100%. So I'm going to delete validation action. Let's see, where else is it though? There, I want to kill that. But I do need validation level in here, so we can see its pieces. All right, validation action, I think we're done with that. It's only in that one spot, delete it. Validation level is in there now. And I think I want to rename it to validation action. I like that better anyway. All right, so there's the rename there on that side. Let's rename it here. Okay, good. Let's rename this property to validation action as well. Validation issue DTO. We need to go find that over here. And we need to change this as well. Okay. So here's my validation action, show validation issue. Yep, it's better. It's better. It takes a little bit longer to get to this point, right? All these renames and changes here. Here's my validation. So on validation failed. So yeah, I think that's not bad. I want to reorder parameters here. I want this to be the last one here. There's reorder parameters right there. Okay, so on validation failed. We'll do the same thing here. Reorder parameters here. So have it match the Dungeon Master message, the float text, all of that. And then we just pass in the validation action right there. So, So really, is it going to be validate, show validation, show error, show warning? Maybe I'm going to rename it one more time. Getting close. To validation failed. And then rename this to validation failed. Now run it. I think I have enough time now to fix it. Validation failed. Validation failed. Validation failed. Enter to commit. Okay. Probably need to change the help text for validate action. Oh, it's error or warn, isn't it? Right? If it's error or warn, yeah, warn or error, I need to change the same out in my code too. Out here, the stop won't be detected anymore. It won't know what it is. Let's go to Miles. Enhanceability. Validate. All right, the code's easy to read. It's better here. This needs to be error, which I'm using as a verb here to like error out. And then warn is an option. So now we shouldn't have overlapping. With this code here, we should not have that overlapping situation. In other words, if we have 0, we should just get to this point here and never see the other messages. So let's see if that works. We have no targets right now. We're going to go grab Fox's Cunning. And I'm going to cast the spell. And we should see, specified cast not valid. Error. Why isn't error? Where's it getting error from? Could be getting it from here. Severity registered as an enum that we, no, it's not. So why can't it get? It has a leading space? Oh, you're right. Good job, Coding Gorilla. Good job. That was awesome.
Awesome!
That's exactly the problem. All right, let's get to the call stack here. Where am I in the call stack here? I've got to see where's my code here. Validation failed. That's where I need to be. Okay. Yeah, I need to pass in a dot trim here. That's what I need to do. I'm going to just kill it because it didn't like my other change up above either. Good thing Coders displays the variable values like that so we can see them without you hovering over it. Oh yeah, that is kind of cool, isn't it? I didn't think about that. That's awesome, actually. Yeah. Great observation. Okay, we're up. Let's do it once again. miles, spells, enhanceability, eagle splendor. Go. Cast the spell. I said cast the spell and I'm seeing nothing. Let me try again. Cast the spell. Oh, we got an expression problem here. Specified cast is not valid. I'm passing an error. What's T? Can I see T? I can't hover over T. I can't get what T is. All right, gotta go to the call stack, see how we're calling this. So error is in fact one of the pieces, although I do have a comma here. That's weird. C Sharp's now accepting this. This looks like a new change in C Sharp, but it's accepting that. Why can't you get error on validate action? Validate action is, we saw it definitely added to the enum list, didn't we? No. Well, that's why. I thought it was added. I thought we added that to, what is it, the DND enum value, this guy. I thought we added, wait, validate action. Isn't that it? Okay, did I just not see it in the tab base reference? It is there. Uh-oh, who's coming in? Who is that? Who's out there? The guy with a hat. It's really not bad, right? C Sharp Fritz. How you doing, Jeff? Good to have you with us, man. Lurking, the man with the hat. It's the man with the hat here. Yeah, so good to have you with us out there. I am trying to figure out why the parser can't grab the error from validate action, why it can't get it from there. It should be able to, by this action here, by adding this line here, it adds it as a variable right here, validation action, which means its parameters, none, warn, and error should come in automatically. I suspect that error might be in more than one spot, and it kind of is, but the other second place it's in is severity, and severity is not in that list, I think. Is it? Yeah, I don't see severity in here. So it's not like it's confusing it. Let's go find the see what we've got here. So the expression is error. Expression evaluator. The cast is not valid. The T in this case is where we're calling from, which is here. We're casting it to a validation action, right? That args of 2 is error that's trimmed. That should totally work. Feels like it should work. I don't understand why it's not. Well, I kind of want to blow right past it instead of investigating, because I'm like, I've got other things on my mind. It's doing an enum parse is the question. Yeah, well, part of the reason I want to blow right past it is because I'm not exactly sure what's happening, because it's in the expression evaluator that we're using. We go jump back down in here. Yeah, it's calling evaluate on it. Invalid cast. Yeah, it's just not valid. I don't think we got an inner exception. No. Yeah, what it should be doing, because we added the enum, did we do this while we were in a breakpoint maybe? Let me restart it. If we did this during edit and continue, that line we added would make no difference because it wasn't executed at the beginning. Let's go see if we can find it. Maybe if we're fast enough, we can get to a breakpoint on it. No, I don't think we're gonna be fast enough. Just to validate that that line of code works. What does clean do? I think that, I remember looking at it. I think it cleans up the string a little bit before it runs. You can go look at that. Take a look at that clean. It does this. It's looking for these quotes right here, replacing with standard quotes. Right there. That's what clean is doing. I think it's the same one. Yeah, it looks like it's the same one. Yeah. That's all that's happening there. And the reason I did that is because when I was editing the code in Google Sheets, I think it was sometimes inserting those quotes instead, and it wasn't clear that it wasn't obvious it was doing that. All right, so here's Miles. Let's try one more time, see if we have any better luck. Fox is cunning. Cast the spell. Still. Ugh. What's weird about this is that, so like, what do you want to bet that if I change the word error to stop, that this fixes it? I feel like there's a shot at that working. Let's just try that for a second. It's called validate action. Validation action. There's the enum. I want to change this to stop. We had it at stop before. We had very similar code. I think there's something with the word error that's it's finding. Yeah, that could be it. Could be the expression engine maybe has a built-in error, and so it's thinking it's that instead, and so it's not going out to the enum parser that we have added built into it. And when I say enum parser, I'm talking about this, our D&D enum value that puts it in here. So that allows us to just understand all the enum elements from it. That's what this line of code does here. There's another chance, actually. If this doesn't change it, looking for something that's got a lot of tests out here. Player action shortcut. I was just hoping to stumble upon a reference to one of those enums inside of, yeah, I got this all over the place. All right, let's not do that. Let's stop searching for that. We can kill this too, comparison operator. What's this? Interesting. Kill this and everything related to it. Look at that. Okay, I'm going to trust that. I'm going to trust at least this far. I'm going to do that right there. Creature kinds. I just wanted to see. Here we go. For one, oh, look at this. To creature kind. What am I doing here? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so that didn't help me either. So the same problem with creature size. I'm just trying to look for example code where I'm doing the same thing. See if there's something obvious here. Hoping I was going to get lucky and stumble upon. Yeah, this stuff's all over the place as well. Yeah, okay. All right. All I'm doing is opening up a lot of files right now. All right, let's go back out to, I think it was validate. All right, let's set a breakpoint here, see what happens. Run it. Got the word stop in here now. Good, kill that. All right, are we up and running yet? It's getting there. Here it comes. Okay, do it again. Oh, I got to change the code in here. I got to change the script code to use stop instead of error. All right, so we've got the two stops in there. Here we go. Enhanceability, level 4, Fox is cunning, cast the spell. All right, is it going to work or fail? It works. It was the word error. The expression engine has some sort of conflict with the word error and could not get out of it. It could be something we added as well. Do we have an error function? No. Do we have a variable or anything called error? I don't think we do. So I think this is something built in and it just couldn't handle the word error. It works with stop, so that seems to be working. That also means, though, we need to go change down below in TypeScript. We need to rename this to stop right here. Thanks, Smoofy. Appreciate that. So why do we need to trim before it goes there? It seems like it's already doing that in the clean. It might be. That's a great question. I almost want to say let's wait till the next time I'm down in that expression evaluate, because that is not my code. Part of the reason why I want to kind of avoid that messing too much in there, because that's the expression evaluator that we got from Seb. So there we go. So select target. So now we're in good shape. Now we have one error that comes up because there are no targets that are selected. So just show that again. Hopefully without any breakpoints. Let's go in here. Let's disable all breakpoints. So now I come in and say I want to cast Bear's Endurance, and I click cast the spell, and it says select targets first. We have to select some targets. All right, good. So let's select targets. I'm going to throw 5 targets at it, which is too many. And now I'm going to try Bull's Strength and cast the spell. Too many targets. Good. Now let's take our targets down so we have the right number. Get rid of 2 of them, so we've got only 3 targets. Come back in here, cast Bull's Strength, cast the spell, and now it works. Okay. But it still tries to cast. Wait, Coding Gorilla says it still tries to cast. Did I miss something? I'm not sure if I missed something or not. Let's break concentration. And let's try that again. Let's give too many targets. So enhanceability. We've got too many targets. And try to catch it again. So I'm going to call that not try. It doesn't look like it's trying to cast to me if you're talking about that part right there. That part looks good to me. I think we're okay. Drop 1 target down. And now go back in and cast Full Strength. Why did it not try to cast? hold on one second. Why do we get bull strength from Miles? He was not a target. Why did it not try to cast? So let's look at that. Here's what goes on. We call on validation failed. This triggers the event validation failed, which is being listened to by two places. The spell, and what's the spell doing? It's just setting a static bool to validation failed. What are we doing with that? We're doing that in here. Wait. We call spell trigger validate. So the question is validation is failed. That's called by is okay to cast spell. So if the validation is failed, then we return false. Okay. So now I want to do the second piece of this. The second piece is to put the error message up, the warning message up. Let's dispel that. And now let's talk about the warning message. So we want to do warnings now. So the on validate comes here. Hold on, there was a second place though. Second handler to validation failed. It's here inside the main window. In the main window, we call show validation issue. And we pass in this data here. The floating text, the validation action, which is going to be one of either none, stop, or warn. Got it. You sort of have two flow controls. Yeah, I do. I do. So we need to get the second thing, the warning, going. And we need to decide if it's going to stop us or not. So that, I think we need to kind of go back to the spell and look at the spell a second on that. Validation failed. EA. Validation actions. Here's where we want to write some code to handle this. Hold on a second. Let's set a breakpoint here. And let's see if we can make this work for warnings. So we'll kind of make it work and then we'll build the UI. So the warning situation I want to create is this one. When the target count is less than the spell's ammo count, which is the same as its target count, then its max target count, then I want to send a warning that says select more targets. So what that means, if I can cast 3 and I only have 1 target selected, I want to get to that warning situation. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to come in and say, let's only cast it on only on me. So I'm the only one targeted right there. And we're going to cast it at spell slot level 4. Owl's Wisdom, choose cast spell. And there we're at the breakpoint. And so now what I want to do is I want to say, hey, look, if EA validation action is equal to validation action dot warn, then we want to do something special. And I think we want to say, last warning time is equal to, well, maybe we want to do this. We're going to say, we need a static here, so we're going to say VD8 for date time. We're going to call this last warning time. I think it's on the clipboard. There it is. And then we're going to say if last warning time, if date time now minus last warning time, if that's less than a time span dot from seconds to, if it's less than, if we've gotten 2 warnings in a row with 2 seconds, then we're going to blast right through it and we're going to just return. Otherwise, we're going to set the last warning time is equal to date time now, and we're going to fail. We're going to say validation failed, and we're out. That's what we're doing. So this just sets this static variable here, which is set to false here, and then checked immediately after triggering the validate. So the idea is we trigger the validate, and we get a warning. The Dungeon Master sees it. Maybe We'll bump it up into 3 seconds or 4 seconds. 3 seconds, maybe. Maybe I'll do that. Let's do 3 seconds. And then the Dungeon Master says no and hits cast spell again, and then they punch through it. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Do I want to also store, do I have any other data on this thing in here? I don't know if I do. Float text, select more targets. We could save the warning message to see if it's the same message twice in a row as well. That might be something we want to do as well. Last warning message equals EA dot Dungeon Master message. Like that. String right there. And so we want to also check to see if that's true and also these two are equal. And if that's the case, then we're going to get out. And it's not going to be an error. We're going to cast it. So run forward now. We store that time. I try one more time. And what's happening? Not at a breakpoint, but not also casting it, it seems. Do I have to hit it again? Bull strength. Bull strength. Bull strength. I have to do it twice. I have to hit the spell before and after, because it's what's happening is somewhere along the line after we're getting out of here, we are clearing the spell. It's okay to cast spell. Let's see what's going on here. Activate spell shortcut. If it's not okay, we return. So none of this code's executed. What's coming in here? This may be my problem. I want this to return true or false. I'm going to kill the app a second, change it to a TB here for type Boolean. This is going to be returned false, and everything else is going to, I think, be returned true. And down the bottom, we're going to return true as well. Okay. Activate spell shortcut. And now I want to say, if not, activate spell shortcut. Oh, really, that was on the clipboard? Come on. That's on the clipboard. If not, activate spell shortcut, then return. So we've got the spell. What's happening in here? Next saving throw ability. Effectively reset saving throw threshold. Those I think are all okay. Because they're not, that doesn't harm us. I think what harms us is this. That's what stops us from being able to hit it twice. Let's see if that fixes that for us. And unleash the next roll is always called at the end of things, so there's nothing else we have to worry about. I think that's our problem. So hopefully that'll fix it. So now I just have to hit the cast spell button a second time in a row, instead of having to specify the spell and the cast spell button. C# Fritz, have you seen Mr. Smoofy's fanfare, buddy? It's really fun. I'm going to play it for you. Here it comes. That's it. That was it. We did that while we were running. No big deal. Getting started here, loading up the app. It's up. All right, let's try it again. Let's see what we can do here. So I'm going to select fewer. Let me show you what I'm looking at here a little bit. I'll show you my stream deck here. So I'm going to select just a couple folks here. Just one, maybe. Like that. There's the target indicator right there. Now I'm going to go in. I'm going to cast it at level 4. Fox's Cunning. It says you can touch up to 3 creatures. Select more targets. Okay. But now if I hit it again, and then one more time, it actually burst through it, I think is what it ended up doing. Smoothie says, choo choo. But it did show the error warning a couple times. So it burst through. That was weird because it didn't need a die roll. I think it might have been because I was forcing it several times. Let's see if I can, but it didn't have casting it through as well. So let's see what we can do here. Let's break concentration on it. Love that animation. All right, one more time. One target is selected. Eagle Splendor. Cast spell. One more time. Then it does it. No die roll. But we're sending out multiple warnings is what we're doing. I think we'll be able to prevent against that too, though. I think we're okay. We just have to write the code down below to show the warnings, which is what we want to do. So let's do that. Let's do our, let's see where we're using that. Only in those two places, validation issue. All right. So here's where we get the validation issue that comes down. What we want to do is make a decision on, that tells us which one of these sprites we want to use, we want to create, whether it's the big X sprite or the warning sprite. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to set this on its own line. So sprite is equal to that. I'm going to say, hey, if validation issue dot validation action is equal to validation action dot stop, then we're going to say sprite is equal, whoops, let me clear the, clear that. There. Sprite is equal to the big X dot add shifted. Then we want to get our warnings and add those as well. So let's do that. Our warning, I think we call it big warning. I'm not sure. I think I will. We'll do that. And we'll do this. Big warning. And I think it's not, where is it? Let's go find it. I think it's actually in the same big X folder. So this part is big X, and then it's just called warning. Everything else is the same. It should have 125 frames. We want to change this to X. And 452, 499. I don't think that's going to be right either. Let's grab one of these, open it up, see where the center is. All right, there's big warning. So down here, we're going to say else, and we want to essentially do a big warning. Add shifted, that comes down below the else. All right. Is there color? Are we doing hue shifting on that? We are. Okay, so there's the hue shift right there. Here's that image I brought up. Just want to get its center point, which I would say is about right there. So it's 435, 445. $435, 450 about. Like that. Okay, I think that might be it. I think I want to say sprite.data. I want to kind of maybe not. Maybe what I want to do is this. If it's a warning, let's not play these sounds yet. If it's a warning, I want to see if there are any other sprites in here. I have a count on this. I don't think I do. It's sprites.count length. There we go. If there are any warnings at all on screen, this length will be greater than 0. So if that length is greater than 0, then I want to say return. We're going to get out So I'm not going to show 2 warnings in a row. That's what's going on there. Let's see if that works. That's Dragon Front game. Let me hit refresh there. And let's refresh here. So the data's been sent over. Let's target just lady. Looks like enhanceability is running. So let's break the concentration with it. All right, let's recast enhanceability. I'll do Owl's Wisdom and cast the spell. Select more targets. Why is it choosing that one though? Validation action should be worn. Same behavior as before. I don't understand that. Could it be we're not sending validation action down as warn? Show validation issue. Show validation issue. Show validation issue. Let's go up here to the C# side of things. Set a breakpoint here and make sure that our validation action is correct. I'm just wondering, do I need to restart this because I'm changing it and using JSON to serialize? I don't think so. Okay, what do we got? Validation action is a warn. Okay, so I'm setting warning down. Called validation action. I just make sure, yep, the name is the same. Did I get the... Got my draw there. Although my disappear, do I have a disappear on here at all to get rid of it? No, I just set its lifetime and how to right here. Its expiration date to 6 seconds. Okay. I feel like I'm looking at some JSON problems here where the serialization is coming across incorrect, and I'm not sure why that's the case. Let's do this. Let's take my validation issue and let's do this. Let's do a console log on it. Let's just send the validation issue out like that. And let's look at it in the console log, console window. Right, there we are. Refreshing the data. And there so we can see it. And let me break concentration here on the outside world. Okay. So now we can kind of see that a little bit better. All right, let's get the Stream Deck up. Enhanceability, level 4, Fox's Cunning. Select more targets. What does it say over in the console log? Validated action is 1. Do I have these in the wrong order, maybe? Could that be what's going on? Am I missing a none? Is that my problem? That's my problem, I bet. I was missing a none. That'll do it. Okay. Let's do that. Let's take the drag in front overlay, refresh, refresh, get my targeting. Just ladies targeted. Okay, level 4 Fox's Cunning, cast spell. There it is. Select more targets. If I hit it again in time, okay, it does it, but we still validate. So we got to fix that. In other words, we still get that validation message coming up, and I don't want to get that coming up is what I need to do. I need to fix that. Here's where we show the issue. Here's where we trigger it. All right, here's what I think we need to do. I think we need 2 events. I think we need here. We need something that looks like this. EA.override warning is equal to true. That's what I want to do right there. And let's declare that. And I want to set it equal to false. Well, I guess I don't need to do that. It's going to be already false. Okay, so we've got that. Then I want to rename this to spell validation failed. Do I want to say to call it that? Call it, yeah, I want to call it spell validation failed, like that. And then I want a second one of these called validation failed. That's what I want. So spell validation failed is here. And here, I want to just hook to validation failed. Like that. Like that. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to call spell validation failed. Maybe I should rename this to low level. I got it. Validation failing, like that, versus validation failed. So we're going to call validation failing first, and now we're going to say, hey, if EA.override warning, then return. And if we don't do that, then we're going to say validation failed, like that. That's how we're going to do it. All right, so validation failing is here. That's better. So validation failing there. And now we have the opportunity to override the warning. Let's see if that does it. Getting closer.
Getting closer.
Good time for a disclaimer, kids. You know, we do everything on the show using
Brute force and ignorance.
that's what we do. But we're getting there. We are getting there. Jessamine, you can't just like get like
It's a brand new car.
you can't get that from out of nowhere. That's a level 999999 spell. It's a brand new car. Okay. Let's clean up the existing one. Breaking concentration. Going into enhanceability. Let's actually get a player Target player. All right. So, but keep trying. Someday it'll happen. Someday, Jetson. That's right. It will happen someday. Okay, so I've hit something. I don't know which one it was. I don't remember. I'm choose cast spell. Select more targets. The DM. Do I still have the Dungeon Master's window up? The DM says more targets for enhanced ability are available. 3 total. Are you sure you want to cast? Right there. So that's what's happening here. Fred's kind of blocking it. That's what the DM sees right there when the message comes up. If I hit it, the cast spell button again. Okay, but now it worked. It didn't look like it dispelled it though. It was a little bit weird to me. I was hoping for it to not see it. Let's try one more time. Let's break concentration with it. Come back in here, cast Fox's Cunning. Go, go. All right. It's not bad. It's not bad. It doesn't drop fast enough for my tastes. Let's do this. Let's change this to be 10. And then that way I can let it drop first and verify that it's not coming up. Okay. Here we go. Change that to 10. So we got 10 seconds to hit it again, to override without any changes. That looked like I might have hit it a second time anyway. Let's try it again, because it was acting like it got a couple of button presses in there. Okay, here we go. Fox's Cunning, cast spell. Select more targets. I'm going to let it drop. Okay, now I'm going to hit it again. Good. Now I've got a second Fox's Cunning coming up from Miles, even though it's not in his. And I want to find out where that is, and I want to get rid of that. Because I only want to show Fox's Cunning coming up from the players that are receiving that magic. So let's see if it's in here and it's easy to find. Wouldn't that be awesome? Float player text spell name. Well, that's that. On cast, float player text. Enhance ability effect name. I think this is the problem right here. I'm going to call that the problem. That's the problem. Okay, let's try again. We're going to do break concentration. Go into enhance ability. Here we go. And then I'm going to cast it now. Good. Enhance ability and Lady gets Fox's Cunning. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, that is, I think, it. The only thing I'm thinking about is I'm thinking that I think I actually don't want to add shifted on the warning, the big warning. Right here. I just want to do regular add. No hue shift here. Thanks, Coding Gorilla. Appreciate that. So I just want to do an add on it because I like the original color of it. Or alternatively, I suppose I could set hue shift to 0. But yeah, I'm kind of just, that's kind of what I'm feeling. That right there. I like the warning being in that color. So let's do that. Here comes the refresh to the browser, followed by the refresh of the data. And Eagle Splendor. What is going on with that? Did I lose my targets? Okay, let's try one more time. Enhance ability, Eagle Splendor. Oh wait, I gotta break concentration. Okay. Back up again. Enhance ability, Fox's Cunning, cast a spell. Select more targets. Cast spell. So I can cast a spell with only one target. That is cool. The other thing that's cool about this is that this give magic works with multiple one or more targets, right? Whatever that target piece that's out there. So it's pretty cool, right? The logic of the spell is inside the spell's data and its events that the spell has. Its ability to validate, spells now have the ability to validate to see if target counts are good and other things presumably as well. They have the ability to stop or warn, and a warn can be overridden, right? So if you know, the warning is just basically, hey, you know, you can select more targets if you want to. So kind of cool. Sometimes that happens, right? Where, for example, you know in advance that you're going to skip the warning, like you want to cast it only on one person. You know, let's break concentration on it. You want to cast it, like, for example, enhance ability only on lady, but you only have, you've run out of spell slots for your second level and third level spells. So you have to cast it at the higher level because you're out of slots for the others. So you'll come in here, you'll select whatever it is, like Eagle Splendor, and then you choose cast spell, you'll get the warning, and the Dungeon Master will just hit it a second time, and it will send it, like that. The only other thing I want to do, you know what I want to do, is if it's here, we're getting a second warning really quickly, I think I want to kill it. Is what I want to do. I think I want to do this. At the very least, kill the first one. The chances many of these are up at once are really low. So I think I just want to come in here and say, get that sprite. Or do I want to iterate through all of them? Yeah, it's really likely, highly likely to only be this one. And then I want to say fade out now. And I'm going to make it a short fade out time, like maybe 400. So we're just getting 2 warnings in a row. We're going to get out. And the proof that we're getting 2 warnings in a row is that we've got sprites available here. As soon as that fades out, it's removed. So that link will drop down to 0 as soon as it fades out. So I'm going to try that. Just should be a little cleaner when we have this scenario where we are hitting the button twice to trigger the spell. Okay, let's see here. Do we need to break concentration with anything? We've got lady, spells, enhance ability, Owl's wisdom, go. That should have faded out right now. That did not. Why is fade out now not working? Fade out after 0. If fade out milliseconds is greater than 0, it is. Fade out time is equal to that. Expiration date is performance now plus delay milliseconds, which is 0, plus the fade out time. That should totally have worked. I don't get why fade out now didn't do that. All right, let's change it to a for loop. See if we get any more traction on this. It's the only thing I can think of is there's more than one, but that doesn't make sense. Let's also change this to 200 so it fades out much faster. Okay, let's try that. No. It is not dying. All right, let's go to it's surprising to me that code review of this shows that this should work. I also want to check against the text. Get the float text. Maybe this here. I needed some pudding. Just put it in this cup right here. Oh man, a little too much. How you doing, pudding? And then I want to come down here. I think I want to do this. I want to just say, hey, look, if this sprite right here, its data equals the validation float text, then we're going to fade it out. Let's do console log here. Fade out this warning. How's it going, Mark? It's going okay. You woke up at 2 p.m. today. I just assumed I missed Rory and immediately be sad. Yeah, you missed Rory. Rory's not here. Fade out this warning. I've got that. Let's go back over to a browser. There's the front game right there. Refresh. Refresh. Trying to figure out why we're not fading out when I'm expecting it to. Let's go into break concentration. Okay, seeing it in both places here. I'm looking at the back screen right up here. Let's go into enhanceability, send the warning, and now again, the second time, it should see it fade out. It did not. I'm not seeing fade out over here either. I get here. It stop? Doesn't make sense to me. Hold on, let's look at this again. So, you know what I think it is? I think it might be a code generation issue with TypeScript is what I think it might be. I can imagine that failing right there. Fading out existing warning. We do not see that at all here. Let's do this. Let's do that. Refresh. Refresh. Come back over here. And let's break concentration. And Fox is cunning. Let's cast it. Look at the one in the background here. Hit it again. Sprite link is 0. Doesn't make sense. Let's do it again. One more time. Again. It's not coming in a second time, it sounds like. Oh. I think I know why. Yeah, we can't stop it from here. We can't. This code is never, the reason why is we're not actually coming down and sending a second message down here. because we're not considering it an issue when we press it twice in a row. I think what I want to do is I want to have two different durations on here. I want this guy to last 6 seconds, and I want this guy to last maybe 4, 3, maybe 3 seconds. That guy's just going to say hello. That's what I think I'm going to do. The 0 was the first time. Wait, did I miss something? The 0? Oh, yeah, you're right. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So that's the first time right there. So I think that's going to improve the situation. Let's drop that. Let's refresh the overlay, refresh the data. That's showing up too, didn't see that was happening. Okay, refresh the data. And lady, great concentration. There's so many jokes to be had there. I mean, I want this guy to last 6 seconds, the other guy to last 3 seconds. All right. And enhanceability, level 4, Fox is cunning, go. Should just go away much sooner. Better. And now I can hit the button, and it goes. So I've got a double click. I've got a 10-second window to essentially double click the button to force my way past a warning, but I can't force my way past an error. Let's break concentration on it to demonstrate that. So the error for the spell is when I have more than 4 players targeted. As you can see, all those, everybody's targeted across the bottom. And I say, let's do it at a level 2 spell slot, which gives me only 1 target anyway. Too many targets. And the Dungeon Master should see a message. Where's my Dungeon Master? There it is right there. It says max targets for enhanceability 1 exceeded. Select fewer targets or cast at a higher spell slot level. Okay, that's pretty good, right? That's kind of what I was envisioning I wanted to do earlier today. And it feels and looks like we've got it. We have the ability to target people to receive benefits of a particular spell. I'm going to do the same thing with haste. I wonder about that, because I think with haste we're not giving that away yet. I only have the give magic for enhanceability. But I think haste... yeah, you choose a willing creature, so you still have to target it. So haste has similar targeting implications, but unlike enhanceability that has an on-validate, where it does this, haste does not. So that's something we'll have to add to haste in this, using this editor here. When I say this editor, I mean the one right behind here, what you're seeing on screen. Yeah. So, but in general, not bad. I'm going to call that a pretty good day. Let's go get you a raid. See who from the live coding team is out there. CLW, that's a no-brainer. All right, kids, say hi to CLW for me. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you. Thanks so much for your help, Coding Gorilla. Thanks, Pudding, for showing up. Jetsam, appreciate you as well. Everybody else who's been here, Smoopy, thank you for showing up. We got a show tonight, by the way, I should tell you. Feast your eyes on the chat room right in there. That's the show that all of this work is being worked on. We're doing that tonight. So say hi to CLW, and we'll see you tomorrow or tonight on Dragon Hunters. Bye.